Sayın Türkiye Uzay Ajansı Başkanım, Sayın Rektörüm, Sayın Dekanlarım, kıymetli konuklar ve sevgili öğrenciler. Üniversitemiz İktisat Fakültesi, Hukuk Fakültesi ve Gözlemevi Uygulama ve Araştırma Merkezi tarafından bu yıl üçüncüsü düzenlenen Uzay Ekonomisi, Uzay Hukuku ve Uzay Bilimleri Sempozyumuna hoş geldiniz. Sempozyumumuz 2 gün boyunca sürecek olup 5 oturumda toplamda 28 tebliğ sunulacaktır. Değerli konuklar, şimdi açılış konuşmalarını yapmak üzere Gözlemevi Uygulama ve Araştırma Merkezi Müdürü Sayın Profesör Doktor Tolga Güver'i kürsüye davet ediyorum.
Dear respectful Turkish Director of Turkish Space Agency, our deans. Türkçe mi yapayım hocam? Tamam o zaman. Daha iyi hocam. Sayın konuklar, değerli hocalarım, hoş geldiniz. İngilizce bir metin hazırlamıştım ama hiç önemli değil. Üçüncüsünü düzenlediğimiz Uluslararası Uzay Ekonomisi, Uzay Hukuku, Uzay Bilimleri Sempozyumuna tekrar hoş geldiniz. Az önce içeride de konuşuyorduk. Bu çok farklı bir sempozyum hepimiz için açıkçası. Ben astronomiyle uğraşan bir insanım. Ama bir şekilde bağ kurmamız gerekiyor ve bunu da bilimsel ortamlarda, bilimsel bilginin ışığında yapmamız gerekiyor. Buna inanıyorum. O yüzden 3 yıldır bu sempozyumu elimizden geldiğince organize etmeye ve gittikçe daha verimli, daha uluslararası bir hale sokmaya çalışıyoruz. Uzay çünkü bunu bize diretiyor aslında. Çok büyük, çok farklı bir ortam ama giderek yaşantımızın içine giriyor. İşte Türkiye Uzay Ajansı'nın kuruluşuyla, Milli Uzay Programı'nın ilanıyla iyice somutlaşmaya da başladı Türkiye açısından baktığımızda. Dünyada da durum az çok böyle. O yüzden bu sempozyumların daha da gelişmesini, büyümesini temenni ediyorum. Tekrar hepinize, bütün katılımcılara teşekkür ediyorum. Fazla da uzatmayayım o zaman. Çok teşekkürler. Başarılı bir sempozyum olmasını diliyorum. Sağ olun, iyi günler.
Sayın Profesör Doktor Tolga Güver'e konuşmalarından dolayı teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Değerli konuklar, şimdi ise açılış konuşmalarını yapmak üzere İktisat Fakültesi Dekanı Sayın Profesör Doktor Sayın Yorgun hocamızı kürsüye davet ediyorum.
APSCO'nun çok kıymetli Genel Sekreter Yardımcısı, Türkiye Uzay Ajansımızın çok kıymetli başkanı, çok kıymetli dekan yardımcılarımız, çok kıymetli dekanımız, çok kıymetli katılımcılar, değerli hocalarım, sevgili öğrenciler, bugün üçüncüsünü gerçekleştirdiğimiz Uzay Sempozyumumuza hoş geldiniz, şeref verdiniz. Sizlerin de bildiği gibi özellikle insanoğlunun keşfe ilişkin gündeminin herhalde merkezinde şu anda uzay yer alıyor. Bugün keşfetmek istediğimiz temel husus uzayda ne var sorusuna, ne yapabiliriz sorusuna, nasıl yaşayabiliriz sorusuna ilişkin bir takım cevaplar bulmaktan geçiyor. Özellikle hem barındırdığı kaynaklar açısından hem de ekonomik potansiyel açısından ve bir başka boyutuyla güvenlik açısından olmamız gereken yerlerden biri uzaydır. Dolayısıyla uzay dediğimizde yine birlikte düşünmemiz gereken bir başka kavram uzay ekonomisi kavramıdır. İlk konuştuğumuz dönemlerde, bu sempozyumu ilk gündeme getirdiğimiz günlerde uzay ekonomisi diye bir ekonomi var mı sorusuyla karşılaşıyorduk. Şimdi uzay ekonomisinin büyüklüğünü tartışan bir noktaya geldik. Ve bu ekonominin nasıl temel bir ekonomiye doğru dönüşmeye başladığı gerçeğiyle karşılaşmaya başladık. Değerli katılımcılar, uzay ekonomisi dediğimizde özellikle uzayın keşfedilmesi, uzayın anlaşılması, uzayın yönetilmesi ve uzayın kullanılması sırasında insanoğluna fayda ve değer yaratan bütün faaliyetlerin ekonomik karşılığından bahsediyoruz. Ve bu ekonomik karşılık sadece kamunun yaptığı üretim ve hizmetlerden değil, uzaya ilişkin bütün üretim ve hizmetlerin hiç kuşkusuz kamu ve özel sektör ayrımı yapmaksızın bütün harcamaları kapsayacak şekilde bir ekonomik büyüklükten bahsediyoruz. Uzay sektörüne yönelik üretim ve hizmetlere baktığımızda uzay sektörünün ötesine geçtiğine dikkatlerinizi çekmek istiyorum. Yani uzay için yaptığımız bir faaliyet bir süre sonra evimize, bir süre sonra mutfağımıza kadar gelebiliyor. Dolayısıyla uzaya bütüncül bir bakış açısıyla, uzay ekonomisine bütüncül bir bakış açısıyla yaklaşmamız gerekiyor. Bu hususta olabildiğince dikkatli olmamız gerekiyor. Uzay faaliyetlerini 3 ana başlık altında değerlendirmemiz mümkündür. Birincisi, yukarıya doğru uzay faaliyetleri diye ifade ettiğimiz faaliyetler. İkincisi, yukarıdan aşağıya doğru ifade ettiğimiz uzay faaliyetleri. Bir de uzayın diğer faaliyetler olarak ifade edebileceğimiz 3 temel başlık altında değerlendirebiliriz. Dolayısıyla ekonomik değerlendirmelerimizi, ekonomik tahminlerimizi bu 3 ana başlık altında incelemek, değerlendirmek ve planlamak durumundayız. Uzay faaliyetleri küresel olarak baktığımızda hızla büyümekte olduğunu ve toplum içinde gittikçe daha önemli bir hale geldiğinin altını çizmek lazım. Uzaya erişim nispeten maliyeti azalmış olmasına rağmen ama zorlukları, sabit maliyetleri hala yüksek olan bir ve riskli olan bir alanla ilgili burada konuşuyoruz. Ancak ekonominin dijitalleşmesini dikkate aldığımızda, teknolojide ortaya çıkan gelişmeleri dikkate aldığımızda, uzayla kurulan ilişkileri dikkate aldığımızda bu maliyetlerin karşılanabilir maliyetlere doğru gittiğinin de altını çizmek lazım. Özellikle uzay alanında ortaya çıkan start-up'lara baktığımızda üretim ve veri bilimiyle ilişkili çok önemli bir hızlı gelişmenin içerisinde olduğumuzu ifade etmek istiyorum. Özellikle uzaydaki çevre şartlarına baktığımızda tedarik zinciri ve özellikle de firmalarla ilişkili alanlara baktığımızda uzay ve gezegenimizin etrafındaki zenginlik herkesin dikkatini çekiyor. Dünyadaki kaynakların sınırlılığını dikkate aldığımızda uzay kaynaklarının önemi ve değeri daha çok artmaktadır. Finansal tahminlere baktığımızda uzay ekonomisinin 2040'lı yıllara doğru 1 trilyon dolara çıkacağı tahmin ediliyor. Şu andaki rakamlara baktığımızda yaklaşık 500 milyar dolarlık bir ekonomik büyüklükten bahsediyoruz. Özellikle Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nin son bütçesine baktığımızda, bu alana yönelik bütçesine baktığımızda 60 milyar dolarlık bir harcamanın yapıldığını görüyoruz. Çin'in bu alanda çok önemli harcamalar yaptığını ve hızla ilerlediğini söyleyebilirim. Bunu tahmin etmek herhalde çok zor olmayacaktır. Çünkü stratejik olarak düşündüğümüz uzay alanına ilişkin harcamaların çok da gündeme gelmediği kanaatindeyim. Dolayısıyla bu rakamların daha fazla olma ihtimalinin yüksek olduğunun altını çizmek gerekiyor. 1957 yılında sizlerin de bildiği gibi Sputnik gönderilmişti yörüngeye ama şu anda 80 ülkenin yörüngede özellikle uydusu olduğunu görüyoruz. Yine 2022 yılının ilk 6 ayında 75 roketin fırlatıldığını görüyoruz. Yani alanın ne kadar hızlı geliştiğini görme açısından çok önemli olduğunu ifade etmek istiyorum. 2000'li yıllardan bu yana 30'un üzerinde ülkede Uzay Ajansı veya ofisinin kurulduğunu görüyoruz. Demek ki buradaki gelişmeye duyarsız kalan neredeyse devlet yok gibi. Uzaya ilişkin faaliyetleri biraz daha detaylandırdığımızda hayatımızı ne kadar etkilediğini, uzay ile uzay dışı arasındaki bağın, sınırın nasıl birbirine yaklaştığını görüyoruz. Özellikle uzay faaliyetleri itibariyle baktığımızda şu faaliyetler öne çıkıyor. Uydu iletişimi, konumlandırma, navigasyon, dünya gözlemi, uzay taşımacılığı, uzay araştırmaları, uzay bilimi ve uzay teknolojileri. Bütün bu alandaki gelişmelerin hayatımızı nasıl etkilediğini sizler de çok net bir şekilde tahmin edebileceksiniz. Bütün bu bahsettiğim hem olumlu gelişmelere karşın hem de geçmiş yıllarda yaşanan sorunları da dikkate alarak hala sorunların devam ettiğini dikkate almamıza karşın uzay ekonomisinin hızla geliştiğini, hızla büyüdüğünün altını çizmek lazım. Ancak bu ekonomik olumlu gelişmelere karşın özellikle kapsamlı bir uzay yasasına ihtiyaç olduğu noktasında görüşlerimi sizlerle paylaşmak istiyorum. Zaman zaman uzay hukuku ile hava hukuku arasında ilişkilerden çok bahsedilir. Evet, burada çok yakın ilişkiler, birbirinin içerisine giren alanlar var ama hava hukukunun yeterli olmadığına dikkatleri çekmek istiyorum. Özellikle üniversitelerin yaptığı araştırma geliştirme faaliyetlerinin hem şirket bazlı hem ülke bazlı gelişmelerde önemli rol oynadığına dikkatlerinizi çekmek istiyorum. Onun için Türkiye'deki tüm üniversiteleri bu alana yönelik çalışma yapmaya, araştırma yapmaya davet ediyorum. Bu güzel organizasyonun gerçekleştirilmesinde bizlere her türlü desteğini esirgemeyen, özellikle üniversitemizin rektörü başta olmak üzere rektör yardımcılarımıza, üniversitemizin genel sekreterliğine, fakültelerimizin dekanlarına, özellikle bu sempozyumun düzenlenmesinde görev alan kurul üyelerine, yine fakültemizi temsilen bu kurulda görev alan dekan yardımcımız doçent doktor Hakan Bektaş'a, yine bu vesileyle bizlere her türlü desteğini esirgemeyen APSCO'nun Sayın Genel Sekreter Yardımcısına, Uzay Ajansı Başkanımıza huzurlarınızda çok teşekkür ediyor. En içten sevgi ve saygılarımı sunuyorum.
Sayın Dekanımıza konuşmalarından dolayı teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Kıymetli konuklar, şimdi de açılış konuşmalarını yapmak üzere Hukuk Fakültesi Dekanı Sayın Profesör Doktor Ömer Ekmekçi'yi kürsüye davet ediyorum.
I would like to prefer speak in English. Honorable Secretary General of APSCO, Honorable President of the Turkish Space Agency, Honorable Rector, dear Dean and dear guests. As a Dean of the İstanbul Üniversitesi Faculty of Law, I would like to greet you sincerely. You honored us with your presence to our symposium. Welcome. This year, we are holding the International Space Economics, Space Law, and Space Sciences Symposium for the third time in a row. In cooperation with Istanbul University Faculty of Law, Faculty of Economics, and Observatory Research and Application Center within the framework of the recent developments in the world. Our symposium aims to draw attention as an international event in this field of space, economy, law, and sciences, and I must state that our symposium is also the only symposium in Turkey that has continuity in this field, with cooperation of multiple disciplines. In this regard, we have strict commitment to organizing this event in the following years as well. Like the previous 2 years, we are hosting outstanding academicians and experts in related fields. And I'm quite sure that the symposium will give direction not only the development in Turkey, but also in the international sphere. I would like to thank the organizing and scientific committees to their endless effort to prepare this event, and want to thank our distinguished guests for contributing to our symposium. I wish the 2-day symposium to be fruitful and greet you all and with love and respect. Thank you so much.
Sayın Dekanımıza konuşmalarından dolayı teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Kıymetli konuklar, açılış konuşmalarını yapmak üzere Rektör Vekili Sayın Profesör Doktor Haluk Alkan'ı kürsüye davet ediyorum.
Sayın Başkan, Sayın Genel Sekreter, Sayın İktisat ve Hukuk fakültelerimizin dekanları, Gözlemevi Merkez Müdürümüz, değerli katılımcılar. Üniversitemizin İktisat ve Hukuk fakülteleri ile Gözlemevi Araştırma ve Uygulama Merkezi'nin işbirliğinde düzenlenen 3. Uzay Ekonomisi, Uzay Hukuku ve Uzay Bilimleri Sempozyumuna hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bu sempozyumun gerçekleşmesine katkı sunan herkese, başta paydaş fakülte ve müdürlüğümüz olmak üzere şükranlarımı sunuyorum. 2021 yılında düzenlemeye başlanan Uzay Sempozyumu'nun bu yıl 3.'sü düzenlenmekte. Öncelikle bu sempozyumun Türkiye'de uzay endüstrisinin ekonomik ve hukuki boyutlarını uzay bilimleri ile beraber ele alan kapsamıyla ulusal ve uluslararası alanda akademik anlamda önemli bir katkı sağladığı kanaatindeyim. Ev sahipliğini yapmaktan onur duyduğumuz sempozyumumuz, yoğun ve geniş kapsamlı bir program ile 4'ü misafir araştırmacı olmak üzere 28 uzman görüşün katkılarıyla gerçekleşecektir. Uzay, insanlık için her zaman büyük bir merak konusu olmuştur. Son yıllarda ise bu konu dünya çapındaki birçok bilim insanı, mühendis ve girişimcinin dikkatini çekmektedir. Uzayın keşfi, insanlığın geleceği için büyük bir potansiyel taşımakta ve bu potansiyeli değerlendirmek için uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri konularına odaklanmamız gerekmektedir. Uzay çalışmalarının yüksek maliyeti, teknolojik zorluklar ve fiziksel zorluklar gibi birçok sorunu bünyesinde barındırmaktadır. Bu zorlukların üstesinden gelmek için dünya çapında bilim insanları, mühendisler, uzay ajansları ve özel sektör kuruluşları bir araya gelerek ortak çalışmalar yürütmektedir. Uzay faaliyetleri hepimizin bildiği üzere yüksek teknolojik ve bilimsel bilgi gerektiren faaliyetlerdir. Bu noktada uzay bilimleri, uzaydaki doğal fenomenlerin araştırılması, uzayda yaşamın keşfi ve uzay yolculuklarının teknik yönleri gibi birçok konudaki çalışmalar bu araştırma alanlarının içeriğini oluşturmaktadır. Uzay bilimleri, uzay çalışmaları için temel araştırmaların yapılmasını ve uzay keşiflerinin bilimsel anlamda değerlendirilmesini sağlamaktadır. Uzay keşifleri sadece bilimsel keşifleri değil, aynı zamanda ekonomik faydaları da içermektedir. Uzay ekonomisi, uzay araştırmaları ve uzay hizmetlerinin ticarileştirilmesi yoluyla dünya ekonomisine katkı sağlamak hedeflenmektedir. Bu da uzay çalışmaları için yatırımların artması ve uzay teknolojilerinin gelişmesine olanak tanımaktadır. Ayrıca uzay faaliyetleri için geliştirilen teknolojiler, dünya üzerinde yaşam kalitesini arttırmak için kullanılabilmektedir. Uzay faaliyetlerinin çok boyutlu bir şekilde geliştiği günümüzde bu faaliyetlerin düzenlenmesi ve yönetilmesi de önem arz etmektedir. Uzay hukuku, uzay faaliyetleri için dünya genelinde düzenleyici yasal çerçeveler sağlamak için önemli bir rol üstlenmektedir. Uzay faaliyetleri dünya çapında saygın bir hukuk ve yönetmelik çerçevesinde yürütülmeli ve ayrıca uzay faaliyetlerinde bulunan tüm tarafların uluslararası uzay hukukuna uygun hareket etmeleri gerekmektedir. Bu sempozyum, uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri alanlarında yapılan çalışmaları ve elde edilen sonuçları tartışmak, birbirimizden öğrenmek ve ortak çalışmalar yürütmek için büyük bir fırsat ve bilimsel zemin sunmaktadır. Sonuç olarak sempozyumun ulusal ve uluslararası çapta yeni fikirlerin ve işbirliği fırsatlarının ortaya çıkmasına yardımcı olacağına inanıyor, emeği geçenlere şükranlarımı sunuyor, başarılı bir sempozyum geçirilmesi dileğiyle hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Rektör Vekilimiz Sayın Profesör Doktor Haluk Alkan'a konuşmalarından dolayı teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Değerli konuklar, şimdi ise açılış konuşmalarını yapmak üzere Türkiye Uzay Ajansı Başkanı Sayın Serdar Hüseyin Yıldırım'ı kürsüye davet ediyorum.
Kıymetli rektörüm, dekanlarım, değerli hocalarım, değerli katılımcılar ve tabii çok sevgili öğrenciler. İstanbul Üniversitemizin bu önemli sempozyumunda, daha evvel de katılmış olduğum, iştirak etmiş olduğum bu sempozyumda tekrar sizlerle beraber olmaktan dolayı gerçekten mutluluğumu ifade etmek istiyorum. Uzay deyince tabii konu çok geniş, söylenecek çok söz var ama bu açılış konuşmamda sadece birkaç konunun altını çizmek istiyorum. Öncelikle uzaydaki gelişmeler hız kazanarak devam ediyor, ivmelenerek devam ediyor. Bunu bilmemiz lazım. Bütün kompleks teknolojik gelişmeler gibi uzay çalışmaları da öncelikle tabii bilimsel çalışmalar olarak başlıyor ve devam ediyor. Epey oldu başlayalı. Örneğini verdi Sayın Dekanımız. 57 yılında Sovyetler ilk uyduyu atmıştı. Daha sonra 61'de ilk insan çıktı. Yani bu ama dün denecek kadar bir zaman bu 60 sene 70 sene bir şey değil insanlık tarihi için. Niye bu kadar beklendi? Çünkü teknoloji buna el vermiyordu. Ben bunu şeye benzetiyorum. Bu Ortaçağ döneminde okyanusların kenarındaki milletlerin o derin ufka bakarak ama hiç açılamadan, açılsalar da hüsrana uğrayarak geri döndükleri zamanları hatırlıyorum. Ne zaman bu mümkün oldu? Gemi inşaat teknolojisinin belli bir olgunluğa ulaşması ve sonrasında özellikle kare yelkenin kullanılmaya başlamasıyla okyanusların fethi ve yeni kıtaların keşfi mümkün olabildi. Ondan sonra da dünya değişti hızlı bir şekilde. Şimdi uzay da buna benziyor aslında. İnsanlık ilk dönemlerinden beri uzaya bakıyor, gökyüzüne bakıyor ve merak ediyor. Ama oralara ulaşmak ancak geçtiğimiz yüzyılda başladı ve bu yüzyılda hızlanarak devam ediyor. Onun için yeni bir uzay çağındayız aslında. Bu işin bilimsel tarafı. Yine rakamlar çok ürkütücü, onu söylemem lazım. Mesela şu anda yörüngede 8.000 civarında uydu olduğu, tam rakamını kimse bilmiyor onu söyleyeyim. Çünkü biraz evvel söylendiği gibi işin stratejik boyutu var. Bazı şeyler, çalışmalar gizli tutulduğundan dolayı. Ama 8.000 civarında uydu olduğunu biliyoruz. Bu rakam çok yakın bir zamanda 50.000'e çıkacak. Daha da üzerine doğru devam edecek. Bunlar müthiş rakamlar. Aynı şekilde geçen seneki Amerika ziyaretimizde Kennedy Space Center'daki yöneticiyle konuşurken şöyle bir ifade kullandı. Biz dedi günde 2 fırlatma yapmak üzere hazırlıklarımızı devam ettiriyoruz. Günde 2 fırlatma. Sadece o üstten. Yani işin nereye varmakta olduğunu anlamamız için bu misalleri vermek istedim. Bu işin bilimsel tarafı bütün dünyada çok yoğun bir şekilde, ülkemizde de imkanlar nispetinde bu konu devam ediyor. Ama bilimsel gelişmelerin getirdiği yenilikler tabii bir başka sahayı önümüze getiriyor. Hukuk sahasını. Çünkü ihtilaflar doğuyor. Menfaatler ortaya çıkıyor ve bunların paylaşımı, ihtilafların halli gibi meseleler olduğunda hukuk devreye girmesi gerekiyor. Birçok konuda olduğu gibi burada da hukuk arkadan geliyor aslında. Buna en güzel örnek hava hukukudur. 100 yıl önce uçaklar yoğun bir şekilde semalarda yer aldığı zaman, yoğun derken bugünkü yoğunluk değil tabii, çok tek tük, hava hukuku diye bir şey yoktu. Hatta şöyle söyleniyordu, bize hocalarımız öyle anlatmışlardı. Canım işte koskoca gökyüzü, herkes istediği gibi uçsun. Ne olur, ne şey yapabilir, kimi ilgilendirir, kimin ne yaptığı gibi. Ama biraz yoğunlaşıp trafik kazaları, uçak kazaları, birbirine çarpışma halleri ve can kayıpları başladığı zaman işin ciddiyeti anlaşıldı ve hemen hava hukuku, hava trafik kontrolü gibi konular gündeme geldi. Hava hukukunda hala da aslında sözde de olsa geçerli olan bir kural var. Mesela diyor ki ülkelerin kendi egemenlik sahalarının, sınırlarının sonsuza kadar iz düşümü o ülkenin egemenlik sahası içindedir gibi bir ifade var hava hukukunda. Biz buna dayanarak ülkemizin üzerinden transit geçiş yapan uçaklardan bir para talep edebiliyoruz. Her ülke, sadece biz değil. Overflight charge dediğimiz şeydir. Bunlara üst geçiş ücreti olarak ödeniyor. Bu şeye nazaran. Çünkü burası benim yerim. Benim hava sahamdan geçiyorsun. Dolayısıyla bir ücret ödeyeceksin diyebiliyoruz hukuken. Ama bu eğer doğruysa, yani bu sonsuza kadar gidiyorsa, üzerimizde geçen her uydudan da para istememiz lazımdı. Bunu yapamıyoruz. Bu ne demek? Demek ki hukuk burada eksik kalmış. Yani bir çizgi çizilecek. O çizginin altı hava hukuku için geçerli, üstü uzay hukuku sahasına girecek. Bu çizgiyi şu anda hukuki bir geçerliği olmamakla beraber genel kabul olarak 100 kilometre sınırı olarak görülüyor. 100 kilometrenin ötesi uzay, 100 kilometrenin altı hava sahası olarak görülüyor. Bu ama henüz hukuken netleşmemiş bir tanımdır. Bunun dışında uzay hukuku çalışmaları çok yoğun devam etmekle beraber henüz belli bir olgunluğa ulaşmamıştır. Bizim ülkemizde de aynı şekilde biz Birleşmiş Milletler çalışmalarına katılıyoruz ve yakın zamanda bu konuların olgunlaşmasını umuyoruz. Çünkü artık aynen Air Traffic Management demiştik, hava trafik kontrolü, şimdi Space Traffic Management çalışılmaya başlandı. Çünkü demin bahsettiğim sayılardaki uyduların da çarpışmaları, trafik öncelikleri vesaire birçok konu gündeme geliyor. Bunlar çok önemli başlıklar. Son noktada tabii bunlar olduğu zaman işin bir ekonomisi olmadan da olmaz. Mutlaka işin ekonomik boyutu da gündeme geliyor. Değerli dekanımız ifade ettiler. Doğru o rakamlar. Yani 1 trilyon dolara yakında ulaşacak. Sadece ihtilaf edilen acaba ne kadar çabuk ulaşacağız? Yani 2040 diyen var. Yok o kadar olmaz 2035 diyen var. Hatta daha erkene çeken de var. Çünkü bu eksponansiyel olarak büyüyor. Ve hakikaten benim de şahsi kanaatim bu işin çok daha erken 1 trilyon dolar, hatta belki 2030'larda bile 1 trilyon dolar eşiğini geçebileceğini düşünüyoruz. Çünkü çok hızlı bir büyüme var. Esas bundan sonrası geliyor. Dolayısıyla ekonomik boyutunu bu işin ihmal etmek mümkün değil. Ülkemiz olarak da mümkün değil. Mutlaka ve mutlaka Türkiye buradaki uzayda oluşan bu büyük ekonomik pastadan kendi hakkı olan payı almak durumundadır. Bunun için de uzay çalışmalarına çok önem vermek durumundadır. Önem verildiği içindir ki Uzay Ajansı kuruldu elbette. 4 senedir faaliyetteyiz yaklaşık olarak. Geç de olsa kuruldu. Ve bütün gücümüzle çalışıyoruz. Dünyada olup biteni yakalamak için. Biraz geriden geldiğimiz elbette doğrudur. Ama bu arayı kapatmak için de elimizde imkanlar var. Belli bir süreçtir tabii bu. Birden olmuyor bu işler. Ama bu ekonomi ihmal edilemeyecek bir ekonomidir. Şöyle bir şey mesela geliştiriliyor. Beni üzen bir konudur bu. Canım biz işte bu uzaya niye para harcıyoruz? Bu uzaya harcayacağımız paraları ülkemizin başka ihtiyaçlarına harcasak olmaz mı? Bu ne demek? Bunun altında şu yazıyor yani. Lüks işler bunlar. Bizim bu işlerle uğraşmamız gerekmiyor gibi bir satır arasını okuyoruz burada. Ama bu doğru değil. Bu bakınız çok yanlış. Ben bunu defalarca dile getirdim. Tam tersine. Eğer bugün Türkiye uzay çalışmaları için gerekli kaynakları ayırmazsa korkarım gelecekte daha fakir olacaktır. Daha zengin olmayacaktır. Çünkü zenginlik demin de örnekleri verildiği gibi çeşitli konulardaki teknolojik gelişmeyle elde edilen imkanlarla oluşuyor. Ve burada önde olan her konuda da önde oluyor. Dolayısıyla Türkiye'nin uzay çalışmaları vazgeçilmez önemdedir. Stratejik önemdedir, ekonomik önemdedir. Her bakımdan hukuki önemi vardır. O yüzden ben sözlerimi tamamlarken İstanbul Üniversitemizi özellikle bu uzayın 3 önemli konusunu bir araya getirerek bir sempozyumu düzenlemeyi başardığı için de tebrik etmek istiyorum. Çünkü bu hakikaten ülkemizde bir ilk. Herkes bir yerinden tutup konuyu işliyor spesifik olarak. Ama bu üçünün birbiriyle ilgili olduğunu, hatta ayrılmaz parçaları olduğunu görerek böyle bir sempozyumu düzenlemek hakikaten takdire şayan. Burada bu organizasyonda emeği geçen herkes, rektörlüğümüzü, dekanlıklarımızı, kıymetli hocalarımızı ve emeği geçen herkesi tebrik ediyorum, onlara teşekkür ediyorum. Sempozyumunda hem hayırlara vesile olmasını ve başarılı olmasını temenni ediyorum. Teşekkür ederim.
Sayın Serdar Hüseyin Yıldırım'a katılımlarından ve konuşmalarından dolayı teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Değerli konuklar, şimdi ise açılış konuşmalarını yapmak üzere Asya-Pasifik Uzay İşbirliği Örgütü adına Genel Sekreter Yardımcısı Sayın Ferhat Fikri Özer'ini kürsüye davet ediyorum.
Sayın Rektörüm, Sayın Başkanım, Sayın Rektör Yardımcılarım, dekanlarım, katılımcılar, hepinize merhabalar. Her şeyden önce Genel Sekreterimin derin üzüntüsünü size iletmek isterim. Kendisi gerçekten burada olmak istedi ama maalesef kendi yoğun programı nedeniyle bulunamadılar. O yüzden de beni görevlendirip gönderdiler. Her şeyden önce geçirdiğimiz maalesef deprem nedeniyle Madame Yuichi derin başsağlığı dileklerini ülkemize sunmamı arz etti, rica ettiler benden. Lütfen kabul buyurun. Ben bu toplantıyı aslına bakarsanız son 2 senedir gayet mutlulukla takip ediyorum ve elimden geldiği kadar da katılım sağlamaya çalışıyordum uzaktan. Çünkü pandemi koşullarıyla Pekin'in dışına, hatta bazen de bulunduğumuz semtin dışına bile çıkma imkanımız olmadı. Çin koşulları içinde. Ama o koşullar içinde bile gerekli çalışmaların yapılmasını her zaman için önemsedik ve programları takip ettik. Bu programları takip ederken tabii ki neredeyse bütün dünyada bazı faaliyetler yavaşlamış olmasına rağmen ancak internet üzerinden toplantılar yoğunlaşmaya başladı. Ve bu yoğunlaşan toplantılardan bir tanesi de ya uzay ekonomisi üzerine oldu veya uzay hukuku üzerine oldu veya ilgili alanlarda gerçekleşmeye başladı. Bunların üçünü bir arada yapan neredeyse tek üniversite ve ülke inanın biz olduk. Tabii konuşmalar geçirilirken ve yapılırken birbirine çok değinildi. Çünkü birbirinden ayrıştırabileceğiniz bir konu değil. Çok ayrıntısına girmek istemiyorum. Sonra rektör yardımcılarım ve özellikle TUA Başkanım çok gerçekten güzel noktalara değindiler. Ama ben de Asya-Pasifik Uzay İşbirliği Örgütü'nün Genel Sekreter Yardımcısı olarak nerede bulunduğumuzu size aktarmaya çalışayım. Şu anda ülkemizin güzide üniversitelerinden bir tanesi olan İstanbul Üniversitesi böyle bir şeyi organize ediyor, farkındalığı artırıyor ve çalışmalara yön vermeye çalışıyor. Ülkemiz adına Türkiye Uzay Ajansımız gerçekten stratejik olarak güzel hedefler koyarak bu konulardaki çalışmaları hepimiz için yönetmeye ve ileriye doğru götürmeye çalışıyor. Özellikle Çin'den doğru baktığımızda ki biz organizasyon olarak 8 ülkenin bir arada bulunduğu hükümetler arası bir organizasyonuz. Ve bu kadar nitelikli hedefleri olan Çin dışındaki tek ülkeyiz diyorum ve bundan kesinlikle emin olun. Bazı kişiler için bu hedefler böyle belki çok kısa sürede ulaşılamayacak veya afaki gibi görünebilir ama hayır. Sayın Başkanımızın dediği gibi bu hedefleri hatta daha da ileriye götürerek yapmak zorundayız. Bundan bir şekilde geri kalırsak yakalamamız oldukça gerçekten zor olacaktır ama benim bulunduğum noktadan baktığım şu, gerçekten bu işe hızla entegre olmaya başladık. Bu yüzden de İstanbul Üniversitesi'nin yaptığı bu çalışma gerçekten değerli bir çalışmadır. Her şeyden önce teşekkür ediyorum bu konuda. APSCO olarak özellikle hukuk konusunda, çünkü ekonomik kısmı biz non-profit bir organizasyon olduğumuz için ve tüm üye ülkelerimizde gelişmekte olan üye ülkeler para kazanma derdinde değiliz. Ama ülkelerin ekonomik bazda bu alanlarda birbirleriyle işbirliği olanakları içinde her zaman hazır bir şekilde duruyoruz. Ama şunu da fark ettik. Bu 8 gelişmekte olan üye ülke ve daha gözlemci ülkelerimiz de var, periferde bulunan. Onların uzay hukuku, ülkelerine ait olan uzay hukuklarında ya eksiklikleri var, ya hiç oluşmamış veya gündemlerinde bile değil. Ama bulunmak istiyorlar. Zaten halihazırda Asya-Pasifik Uzay İşbirliği Örgütü'nden de dahil olmuşlar. APSCO olarak biz bunlara birazcık yol olabilmek adına, yönlendirici olabilmek adına ama kesinlikle ülkelerin kendi iç işlerine ve hukukuna karışmıyoruz. Bu konuda özel çalışmalarımız oluşuyor. Özellikle sonra saat 15'te yapılacak olan bir konuşma bu konuda size gayet güzel bilgiler verecek. O yüzden hukukçu meslektaşlarıma dinlemeye davet ediyorum. Bırakın sadece hukukçu arkadaşlarım, diğer alanlardaki arkadaşlarımıza da büyük bir yol gösterici faaliyet olacaktır. Bunu özellikle getirmek istiyorum çünkü Asya-Pasifik Uzay İşbirliği Örgütü olarak çok önemsiyoruz. Ve buradan biz de yol gösterici olmak istiyoruz. En azından üye ülkelerimize ait ihtiyaçlara bir karşılık vermek istiyoruz. Bizim de hissettiğimiz bir nokta bu. Hatta bu konuda Türkiye Uzay Ajansı'na bir teşekkürlerimizi sunmak da isterim. İlk defa APSCO kendi bünyesine gerçek bir hukukçuyu dahil etti ve kendisini Türkiye'dendir. Bu yaklaşık 7 aydır bizimle çalışıyor. Kendi bünyemizde mühendislerimiz var. Benim gibi gökbilimci arkadaşlar var ve sektörden gelen kişiler var uluslararası olarak. O yüzden ama ilk kez gerçek bir hukuk mezunu olan, hatta kendisi hakimdir ama uzayla ilgili Türkiye'deki yasaları da yapılırken başkanımız sayesinde o işler ön ayak olurken kendisi de bu konularda gönüllü olarak dahil olmuş bir kişidir. Ve onun da gücünü kullanarak Türkiye olarak orada da bir şekilde hem üye ülkelerimize hem de kendi ülkemize yardımcı olmak üzere bulunuyoruz. Ben çok fazla uzatmayacağım ama her şeyden önce böyle bir güzel toplantı başlığını bulup olağanüstü pandemi koşulları altında bunu 2 sene sürdürüp ve ileriye dönük olarak da bunu yapma kararlılığı gösterdiğiniz için her şeyden önce İstanbul Üniversitesi'ne çok teşekkür ederim. Bu öncü bir faaliyet. Bunun kesinlikle arkasındayız ve APSCO olarak da umarım ileride, umarım değil aslında biliyorum, desteklemek üzere bizler de sizlerle olacağız. Şimdiden sempozyumun en başarılı şekilde geçmesini diliyorum. Teşekkür ederim. Saygılarımla.
Sayın Ferhat Fikri Özer'e katılımlarından ve konuşmalarından dolayı teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Türkiye Uzay Ajansı Başkanımız Sayın Serdar Hüseyin Yıldırım'a ve APSCO Genel Sekreter Yardımcısı Sayın Ferhat Fikri Özer'e teşekkürlerimizi sunmak üzere hazırlanan belgeleri takdim etmek üzere Rektör Vekilimiz Sayın Profesör Doktor Haluk Alkan'ı kürsüye davet ediyorum. Düzenleme Kurulu Başkanları, Sayın Dekanlarım ve Sayın Müdürüm, fotoğraf çekimini yaptınız. Değerli konuklar, sempozyumun 1. oturumuna başlamadan önce sempozyumumuz ana konuşmacısı Profesör Stephen Freeland'i dinleyeceğiz. Sözü Sayın Freeland'e vermeden önce izninizle kendisinin kısa bir biyografisini okuyacağım. Stephen Freeland, Western Sydney Üniversitesi'nde Uluslararası Hukuk alanında emeritus profesördür. Kopenhag Üniversitesi, Viyana Üniversitesi, Londra Üniversitesi gibi çeşitli üniversitede misafir öğretim üyesi olarak bulunmuştur. Akademisyen olmadan önce uluslararası ticaret hukuku ve yatırım bankacılığı gibi alanlarda 20 yıl çalışmıştır. Avusturya Uzay Ajansı'nda danışma kurulu üyesi olan Freeland, Yeni Zelanda, Norveç ve pek çok farklı ülkeye uluslararası uzay kanunları ve politikaları hakkında danışmanlık sağlamaktadır. Dear Professor, can you hear me?
Hello, you
Okay,
talking to me?
I'm giving the floor to you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. May I begin?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning to you all. I'm speaking to you. My name is Stephen Freeland, and I'm speaking to you from Sydney, Australia. I wish you well. I am so disappointed that I cannot be there with you at your really interesting and timely symposium. Istanbul is really one of my favorite cities in the world, and so hopefully next time we can be together in person. But thank you so much. I am honored and by the university and by all of the organizers, and certainly Dean Oma from the Faculty of Law, but also those people from the Faculty of Economics of Istanbul University. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to speak to you at this symposium. I've had a look at the program. It looks like you have a really exciting, interesting and informative program with lots of wonderful speakers. And I'm sure that all of you will gain so much from the richness of the discussions over the next 2 days. I would like to share my screen, but the technical people have to allow me to be a host, so could I ask that to happen, please? In the meantime, I have been asked to speak to you about military uses of space, which of course is one of the major challenges of space. Turkey is a significant participant in space activities. I have had the honor and pleasure to spend some time with the president of the Turkish Space Agency, Sada, my good friend, and he and others have explained to me how important space is, of course, for Turkey, but how important Turkey takes its responsibilities to promote discussions about the peaceful and sustainable use of the space. And I have the honor of working a lot at the United Nations, particularly the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. And Turkey is a strong voice, an important voice, and I encourage all of you
Dear Professor,
promote
may I ask
the
something?
voice that Turkey and others have
Professor,
to support sustainable and peaceful
you
use
can
of
share
space.
your screen now.
I will now
Yeah.
share my screen. Thank you for allowing me for making that happen. I hope you can all see my screen. And so I've been asked to speak to you. I'm honored as a keynote on avoiding a space war. One of the things that is obvious to all of you, but will become even more obvious during the course of your 2-day symposium, is that space is both multifaceted, it has many complex issues, and it is also ubiquitous. That is, it is everywhere. You and I and most people on the planet will use space 10, 20, 30, 40 times a day without even thinking about it. I have the honor of speaking to you now from the other side of the world, sadly, but I have the honor to do that only because of space technology. So space is crucial for the critical infrastructure of every country. For Australia, for Turkey, for every country on the planet. And literally, if we were to lose space, you know, there have been exercises done about a day without space. Literally, the lights would go out. We would be back in the dark ages. Transportation systems would collapse. Financial systems would collapse. Sewage systems would collapse. Navigation systems would collapse. Agricultural systems would collapse. Disaster management systems would collapse. And the list goes on. So it is crucial there that we do everything in our power to avoid a situation where we have conflicts in space, which would bring with them consequences that would be disastrous for everybody on the planet. To do that, we need a whole range of issues, but we certainly need governance structures that are appropriate and that are widely agreed. For governance to be appropriate, we need to hear and understand this multifaceted nature of space. It is, of course, about national security and critical infrastructure. It is, of course, increasingly a commercial area. The global space economy last year was valued at approximately $430 billion US and is growing exponentially. Of course it's about law. Of course it's about science. Of course it's about politics and exploration. It's also about culture and religion and heritage. And frankly, it's about humanity. Space interacts with human rights, both for all of us on the planet and increasingly so in the future for humans who go to space. But the way that we respect and interact with space will determine the future of humanity. So, for every action in space, there is a consequence. The governance of space at the international level is largely reflected in the establishment of a number of agencies in the United Nations. Essentially, besides, of course, the General Assembly and Security Council from time to time, essentially there are two main United Nations agencies that deal with space-related matters. One of them is, in Vienna, the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. I've had the honour of representing Australia there for 15 years. I also have the honour of having been appointed by the 102 member states, including Turkey, thank you, of COPOS to co-chair its working group on space resource activity. The COPOS, the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, that P is very important. In Geneva, as you are aware, there is another UN agency now known as the Conference of Disarmament that was established and has as part of its mandate dealing with issues of space security, weapons in space, military uses in space. And so this dichotomy of United Nations structures that were established was done on a certain basis. That is to say that an activity in space would either be peaceful and therefore fall within the mandate and responsibility of the Vienna organization, COPOS, or that activity would be something else, more military or security related or heaven forbid, weapons related, and that would be part of the mandate of the Geneva Institution, the Conference of Disarmament. So there was this thinking that something would be either one thing or the other. The reality, and I'm sure you will touch on this during your two-day discussion, is that, of course, space is both, and it's both at the same time. Space is what we call a dual-use area, so that at the same time, space objects, let us say communication satellites, whatever, will be used for commercial and civil purposes with commercial and civil customers, and at the same time could also be used for military purposes with military customers. Indeed, in Australia, we have a privately owned by one of our telecommunications companies, a geostationary satellite, communication satellite, that was designed specifically so that half of its capability, half of its payload, would be for civil and commercial purposes, and the other half, through a whole series of encryption, of course, would be used solely by the Australian Defence Force. And so this idea that something is either one thing or the other does not accord with reality. And that is one of the issues we have to take in mind when we look at how to govern, regulate, and of course minimize the risks associated with any military activities in outer space. That distinction between peaceful and non-peaceful really is now no longer accurate when we talk about space. When we talk about the governance of space, of course, as all of you would be aware, we have 5 United Nations treaties, the first of those being in 1967, the Outer Space Treaty, to which virtually every country involved in space is a party and is therefore bound. And when we talk about does the Outer Space Treaty already have a lot to say about the regulation and governance of any military uses of space, some people would say it says very little. The only reference they make to the Outer Space Treaty is in the first paragraph of Article 4 of the Outer Space Treaty, which is a weapons limitation provision, limiting the placement of certain types of weapons in Earth orbit. And people say, some people say, that's all the Outer Space Treaty has to say about military uses, everything else is permitted. Well, that is not correct. I have there on the slide in front of you references to a whole range of principles, fundamental principles, that have been in the Outer Space Treaty, to which all countries involved in space are bound, that clearly are relevant when we talk about governance of military activities. Of course, that includes the weapons limitation, but it includes many other principles. So existing law has a lot to say in terms of the regulation of military activities. Please don't let people tell you that is not the case. Having said that, and I'll talk about this a bit more in a moment, we need more and more clarity about the precise contours and limitations that these regulations might impose. But there is a lot of law within the space treaties themselves that will be relevant. Having said that, of course, we all understand that almost since the beginning of human activities in space, through space technology, through launches initially of rockets and missile technology, through the development of space objects that can maintain Earth orbit, starting with Sputnik 1 in 1957, and from the incredible and highly impressive development of space technology ever since Sputnik. We all know that space, that military uses of space have been undertaken throughout history, throughout that history. We understand that is the reality, and we have to deal with the reality. So, there already is a lot to be said in the Outer Space Treaty, and yet we still are using space for military uses. Initially, as some of you may be aware, one of the fundamental principles that was on the previous slide was notions around space promoting and the space treaties promoting the peaceful uses of outer space. Indeed, in the preamble of the Outer Space Treaty, there's reference made to the great benefits for humanity for the peaceful uses of outer space. And that's certainly something that I continue to promote whenever people will listen to me talk. And there was some discussion initially about what does peaceful purposes mean? And some postulated that this obligation for peaceful purposes, for peaceful uses of space, meant that there could be no military activities whatsoever. But as I said, that does not, no matter whether that's an interpretation that we all would like to be the reality is different. We have had military uses from the beginning. And so another interpretation of peaceful uses of space has been this one that tends to be referred to in these discussions, the fact that non-aggressive uses of space are not permitted. However, either or both of those interpretations really are no longer important because of the reality. We know that already in the 1990s, for example, in Operation Desert Storm, which was when the United Nations forces were mobilized to, in response to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. That first war, that war was regarded and has been referred to as the first space war. The first time that significant military engagement was dependent on space technology. And since that time, no military would engage in any subsequent engagement without guaranteeing for itself access to space technology. Space technology is clearly part of the integrated system for any sophisticated military. No doubt in your country, Turkey, your armed forces regard access to space technology as crucial. It is crucial for them in terms of their communication networks, their provision of internet, the use of GPS technology for a whole range of systems, the use of remote sensing technology for imagery purposes and location purposes, and increasingly we will find other uses of space also important for military activities as well as for civil and commercial activities, including what you might regard as active debris removal technology, on-orbit servicing technology. All this does is highlight further the dual-use nature of space. Why? Because, at least in several countries, not all, much of the development of this technology, which governments and militaries regard as crucial for themselves, much of that is developed by the private sector, owned and operated by the private sector. The private sector who, of course, want to make and generate revenues from the development and usage of this technology. And so those technologies are used for both civil and commercial purposes, but also for military purposes increasingly. Because, as I say, all sophisticated military operations require access to space technology. This is the reality. Notwithstanding that those users of space are regulated by the Outer Space Treaty, the reality is those activities do take place. So how have we addressed these issues apart from the space treaties? Well, a lot of this is driven by government policy, of course. And a long time ago, in 2001, before September 11, a commission in the United States headed by Donald Rumsfeld, who subsequently, as you know, became Secretary for Defense in the Bush regime, but the Rumsfeld Commission, which took note of the fact that at that time the United States was the predominant space-faring nation and therefore had a significant competitive advantage over other countries. The Rumsfeld Commission said that the United States was at risk of what it infamously called a space Pearl Harbor, a surprise attack, a military attack on its space infrastructure. And that sort of thinking, whether you agree or disagree, in one sense is a strong motivating factor for much government policy, in particularly the largest spacefaring nations. I don't want to single out just one of them. This idea that we have the greatest space infrastructure, that allows us to do things and have advantages, but we are therefore highly dependent on space, not just for our military, but for our national security and our infrastructure, and therefore we are vulnerable if that infrastructure is compromised. And that drives a lot of thinking about military aspects of space. So what other initiatives have we had? Within the United Nations, every year we have resolutions known as PAROS, the prevention of an arms race in outer space. Every year, the General Assembly, of course, including Turkey, will pass a resolution calling for PAROS, the prevention of an arms race in outer space. Indeed, I think we should go further. This is a personal view. We should be not only preventing an arms race, but promoting a peace race in space. What other initiatives? Within the Conference of Disarmament, you'll recall I said part of its responsibility was about weapons. There has been a draft treaty initially put forward by Russia and China and supported by others, called the Treaty to Prevent the Placement of Weapons in Outer Space, the PPWT as we know it. That's at a stalemate. Indeed, all of these discussions on space and security matters are at a stalemate in the Conference of Disarmament, which makes the discussions in COPOS become even more important, and slowly we're talking about not only purely peaceful matters. We've had other initiatives, group of governmental experts. Currently, as you know, as a result of the General Assembly resolution and the work of the first committee of the General Assembly, there's an open-ended working group meeting in Geneva under the chairmanship of my good friend Helmut from Chile, looking at reducing space threats through norms of behavior. We've had much discussion and calls for and treaties relating to a prohibition on ASAT tests. At the same time, with all of these initiatives, the rhetoric, given the, of course, extremely difficult geopolitical times we are in, nobody can deny this is a difficult period for us all. And given that close relationship between space, military activities, and national security, the rhetoric of space has at times talked a lot about warfare. We've had countries create space forces, and again, not just one country, but quite a number of countries. I gave a speech last week to the French Space Command, for example. And so the language of space also perhaps needs to change. There are many dialogues going on in the General Assembly. I've got a few of them here dealing with different, what we call transparency and confidence building measures, TCBMs, that are designed to try to lower that rhetoric, ratchet down that tension about space. But of course, as I say, we cannot ignore we are in difficult times. The Outer Space Treaty, as well as itself, as I've said, providing for various provisions that are relevant for military activities, also through its Article 3, says that activities carried out in outer space are to be carried out in accordance with international law in the interest of maintaining international peace and security and promoting international cooperation and understanding. It specifically makes reference, for example, to the United Nations Charter. So we don't need it to be in the treaty, but it is in the treaty, so it's reinforced. The United Nations Charter and the fundamental principles there of minimizing breaches of the peace, of resolving matters between disputes between countries peacefully, of the threat of, of the prohibition in Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter, of the prohibition of the threat or use of force. So they apply in outer space, as of course does Article 51 of the Charter, which deals with the inherent right of self-defense. The question is, does the Charter apply in a slightly different way, given the unique features of space, not only from a legal perspective, but of course the physical characteristics of space that make its environment more hazardous? So, we have other provisions in the United Nations Charter. So we have the Outer Space Treaty, we have the United Nations Charter. We also have, amongst other things, international humanitarian law, sometimes referred to as the laws of armed conflict, sometimes referred to as the jus in bello. These laws apply once you meet a certain threshold, once you meet the threshold of what is known as an armed conflict. And that is more than a term of art. There is a lot of law that tells us that you need a serious level of, if you like, violence to reach that level. But once you reach that level, the laws of armed conflict apply. It's clear through Article 3 that they are also applicable to outer space. But once again, the unique features of outer space give rise to questions about how it applies. In particular, and I won't take time to go through the laws of armed conflict, I'm sure that many in the room are experts in this, but one of the important features of the laws of armed conflict is, of course, you can only target a military target, and you can only target a military target if the targeting, if taking action against that target gives you a military advantage. But even if you satisfy those first 2 points, your action in targeting a military target must be proportional. That is, that it does not unduly give rise to collateral damage. The proportionality test under the laws of armed conflict on Earth is the hardest thing sometimes to determine. But if we then try to determine that in space, so for example, if one country took a view that the satellite of another country with whom it is engaged in an armed conflict was a legitimate target, and that taking it out would have an advantage, it still has to satisfy the fact that if you, for example, disable that satellite or set of satellites, you are not giving rise to a disproportionate collateral damage. And in space, for example, if you make a kinetic kill of a satellite, you create more debris, and space is already hazardous enough in terms of the numbers of pieces of debris. And given what I said before about the moratorium on deliberately creating debris through ASAT testing, the idea of deliberately creating debris in space may well be disproportionate, let alone the impacts that taking out that satellite. Remember what I said? We are all dependent on space. Every person on the planet is touched by space. If you disable certain types of satellites, then you create this incredible knock-on effect on lives and livelihoods on Earth. And so applying the laws of armed conflict, they apply, but again, we have questions. So we have the Outer Space Treaty, we have the UN Charter, we have the laws of armed conflict. The question is how and to what extent they apply. So there are uncertainties about dealing with military uses of space. We know there are rules, we know the risks involved, we know that it's imperative that we do not create a situation which will lead to space becoming unsustainable. But we have institutional problems. COPOLOS is relatively limited in its mandate because it should only talk about peaceful uses, although that's slowly changing. The Conference of Disarmament, which could talk about security-related matters in space, is gridlocked due to geopolitics. So that UN system is straining to deal with some of the major issues. As you know, there is now, for example, great excitement about resource exploitation. As I said, I have the honour of being appointed by the 102 countries of COPOLOS to co-chair those discussions over the next 5 years about what the rules of the road might, or what the principles might look like. But if we follow what's happened on Earth in the past, many wars on Earth have been driven by a quest for resources. And so by adding this excitement and interest about, but also competition about perhaps exploiting the resources of space, you add another risk factor which we have to manage. So there is clearly, whilst there are existing rules, there's need for more regulation. We're not exactly sure whether and what that should look like. We have to maintain and garner the significant political will, which is to move that rhetoric, move that language away from what some might say is the dominating voice of a war in space is inevitable. A war in space is not inevitable, and in fact must be avoided. But the more people who say a war in space is inevitable, space is just like any other war-fighting domain, we can do whatever we want in space, those things are, in a sense, self-fulfilling prophecies, and we have to avoid that with every fibre of our energy. And it's important that countries like Turkey, like Australia and others constantly are promoting responsible, peaceful, sustainable uses of space. So in the end, we have a lot of rules, we need more clarity. That clarity can only be done through multilateral discussion, through political will, through voices like Turkey's and others leading the way and saying this is what we need for this generation and for future generations. So, the ball is in the hands of states, but certainly there are efforts to provide some clarity, and I've had the honour of being involved in a major effort over the last, let's say, 7 years now, of putting together what is known as the McGill Manual on the international law applicable to the military uses of outer space. We call it MILIMOS. I've got on the screen there the front cover, which I have co-edited with Professor Jacou from McGill University. In this first volume, we have, through 7 years of discussions amongst experts from around the world, including from Turkey, put together 52 rules, existing rules, based on all the things I've talked about and more, the outer space treaties, the UN Charter, the laws of armed conflict, everything. The rules that already apply to military uses of space. That is not to say that these rules are sufficient, but our goal was to not express what we think the rules should be in the future, but what the current law is. Therefore, this manual is a useful tool for countries like Turkey and others to understand what this group of experts, because it's just the views of the collective views of about 30 people from around the world. I'm not saying that you will necessarily agree with everyone, but it's a useful tool which could be a basis of saying, well, this is what the current law is. What else do we need to maintain the peaceful, sustainable uses of space? You can see at the bottom there, you can download the McGill Manual from the website. We are currently very close to completing a Turkish translation. I apologize. The intention was that I would already be able to give you the Turkish translation of this volume, but we are not quite there, and I did not want to provide you with something that is not finalized. But the Turkish translation of this will be available very shortly, I am told, and what I will do is I will send this to the organizers, the Turkish version, and you could then access that, they can circulate it. But in the meantime, the English version is available. On my last slides here, I've just got the headings of the particular rules. You'll see we go from the fundamentals, what space is, what military activities might be, how that relates to international law, to sovereignty, to jurisdiction, to the rights and obligations of states, moving to the next page, to issues about international responsibility, liability, interference. Of course, rules from the International Telecommunication Union are also highly relevant, dealing with weapons, dealing with settlements of dispute, dealing with use of force, dealing with self-defense. So it's a fairly comprehensive set of rules taking us to the point of armed conflict, not including armed conflict, because our strong hope and desire here is that this tool will allow countries like Turkey and all others to have those discussions to ensure that we never get to that point of armed conflict in space, because that is something that would give rise to unimaginable consequences. So with that, I hope I have the right Turkish word here for thank you. I've taken advantage of Google Translate, so please forgive me if it does not say thank you, but then we have to sue those people at Google. Let me thank you so much for giving me the honor of speaking to you. Let me thank you so much for allowing me to be part of what is a wonderful symposium. I sincerely hope that I can return to Istanbul, to your wonderful country. You have had a shocking year, tragedy, and your resilience, your energy, and your determination is an inspiration to all of us. And I hope very much that in the near future, I can come and personally shake your hand and thank you for allowing me to play a small part in this wonderful two-day event. I'll stop sharing my screen. I hope that your 2 days together are fruitful, are informative, are energetic, and that you come to conclusions that will help promote what I say, the peaceful, sustainable, safe uses of space for all of us. So with that, I thank you, I wish you well, and I look forward to meeting you in person sometime soon. Thank you, and I'll pass it back. Thank you.
Mr. Freeland, thank you for your presentation and also your good wishes.
It's very hard to hear you, I'm sorry. I wonder if you could, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and good wishes for us. And our symposium will continue with first session after a short break. And thank you for your attendance. Thank you.
I thank you and I wish you all well. I shall leave now and enjoy your coffee break. I have many friends there, many Turkish friends and many friends in the audience. I wish you all well. Bye-bye.
Sempozyumumuz ilk oturumuyla 11.40'da başlayacaktır. Oturumda tekrar görüşmek üzere, kısa bir ara veriyoruz. Oturum ana konuşmacısı olarak Sayın Serdar Hüseyin Yıldırım'ı kürsüye davet etmek istiyorum.
Distinguished participants, dear colleagues, again, good morning to everyone. Turkey's goals in a new space age. First of all, I want to mention about new space age. What is the new space age? What is new at space? The most important aspect, maybe, is the privatization of space assets, space activities, space endeavors, everything. This is a decisive movement. Till recent times, space activities were only for states, especially the Cold War time. The Soviet Union and US, United States, were in a race about space, and there was maybe nothing more about that. But now, besides, every country is trying to establish space assets, space agencies, and space activities. Maybe more important than that, the private companies, which are very powerful, and they have really big goals. This means for us, space will be always for the humanity at the front region of the development and technological development and also humanitarian development. Everything is related with space now. This is the new space age. And Turkey, of course, tries to take the precautions needed for that. And before approximately 4 years, the space agency, Turkish Space Agency, is established. And 2 years after that, in 2021, February of 2021, our national space program is unveiled by our President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and all the world heard about our national space program. As you may know, because we have mentioned a lot about that, there are 10 major goals in our national space program, which would be achieved in 10 years' time. As Turkish Space Agency, of course, we are working hard to achieve these goals. I will mention only a few of them and then go to other aspects of new space age. The astronaut mission, for example, it is now actual. Our 2 candidates, astronaut candidates, are chosen and now taking the training in US. We make cooperation in that aim, in that goal, with Axiom Space of US, which is certified by NASA for that similar missions. And I hope in the last quarter of this year, most probably in November, we will be sending our first Turkish citizen to space. Where to space? The International Space Station, of course. Not a free flyer, but to go to the International Space Station, ISS, and with a scientific mission. I underline that. Because sometimes people ask, is this a touristic mission or something like that? No, this is a scientific mission. And through TÜBİTAK, we had a call about the proposals to be implemented in ISS by our astronaut. And we are very pleased to see that close to 50 different experiments, proposals came to us. We evaluated all of them, of course, with cooperation with NASA and Axiom together, because they know the infrastructure there in ISS for these scientific experiments. And we have chosen 13 of them. 13 important experiments will be implemented by our astronaut during his visit in ISS, which is up to 2 weeks, 10 to 14 days visit it will be. This is an important step because our scientific community had till now no opportunity of doing experiments in microgravity environment. This is first time, this opportunity. So as Turkish Space Agency, we are very glad to achieve this. Second important goal, maybe our flagship, I would say, our moon mission. To send a spacecraft which is designed and built in Turkey to moon. Maybe short to say, to reach the moon. We are trying to learn to reach the moon with this mission. Of course, this mission has a second phase, which will bring a soft landing to the surface of the moon and bring a scientific rover over on the moon. And this will be, we are aiming to do in 2029. But this first mission, the first phase, is a hard landing, as I said, to learn how to reach the moon. And this will be implemented 2 years' time from now, most probably end of next year. Of course, other goals, such as regional positioning system, such as access to space and having a spaceport, such as improving our ecosystem of space industry. improving our observatory capacity, etc. We are working on all of them, and we are taking steps. I am pleased to say that. Of course, we need some time for some of these goals, but the direction is correct, I would say. The roadmap is here, and we are working on it. But when we look to the world, at the global activities in space, we see huge steps, huge steps. Scientifically, for example, the recent times, you know, space telescope, Space Webb, James Webb telescope. It is an incredible achievement for observatory reasons, and there are unbelievable pictures from the end of the universe, and it's really exciting for all of us. As I mentioned in my opening speech, the people all over the world are preparing themselves much more frequently, launches every day, more than one every day. So it is really a new space age, and we must be strongly represented in space. We see that. The space law side, which is an important aspect of this symposium, is also very important for Turkey and Turkish Space Agency. We are working on it also. We are sending 2 of our experts to the meetings, related meetings in Vienna, UN meetings. We attend them, and we strictly follow what is going on, what are the implementations and improvements on that works. Of course, we must expect the final proposal of United Nations to all countries, and then, as Turkish Space Agency, we will prepare our national space law on that and send it to the Parliament to be approved. This is an important step because we have also rights in space as Turkey and Turkish people, like every other human being on this planet. And but if we want to take these rights, to make use of these rights, we must be strongly represented in space with our own spacecrafts, own satellites, own systems, etc. And we must have also access to space. And coming to space economy, which is the third very important aspect, there are also huge improvements on that area. Till now, till recent times, when we speak about space economy, the biggest part of this economy was created on Earth, not in space, especially space applications. When we are talking $500 billion space economy for the time being, $500 billion, maybe 80% of it is regarding and closely related with space applications. So we are creating this economy on Earth. But now it is changing. It is about to change. And this change is a revolutionary change. I am underlining it. What is this change? This is having private space stations on the low Earth orbit. I know personally at least five private space stations will be in a low orbit till end of this decade. And as soon as 2026, they are planning to be there. But why it is so important for the space economy? Because manufacturing in space is coming. Now, from now on, the biggest part of space economy will be created in space, not on Earth. So, for example, what will be manufactured? I asked this question to the experts in the international meetings. The first example they give is the pharmaceutical industry. And there at least multi-billion projects, multi-billion-dollar projects already existing and started. So this step as I said, a revolutionary step and very important. Again, Turkey must take its part on these space stations, space platforms, to be there, not only for scientific reasons, scientific experiments, but also doing manufacturing and taking its part from this huge pie. We are, as Turkish Space Agency, again, we are following strictly the improvements. We are in touch at least with 2 of these private space stations. We are trying to be partner on these endeavors, in these programs, in these projects. And I can say proudly that we are welcomed on that, and we are trying to push our boundaries to be permanently in space, to send our people, astronauts, staying there and changing them, as now in ISS and also the Chinese space station. There are 3 taikonauts there, and changing them every months or years even. So we must also take a huge step forward this goal. This is important. And as I said, space economy will be much bigger than $1 trillion very soon, because it's growing exponentially. And as Turkey, we cannot miss this opportunity. We cannot miss this train, to say the truth. Maybe the last point I want to mention, in order to achieve all these goals and in order to succeed on that, we need human resources. Maybe the most important problem in Turkey regarding space activities is human resources, not the money or budget. Everyone is asking me about the money, but money can be found, for sure. Of course, we need big amounts of money, big amounts of budgets for space activities. It's expensive, as you all know. All over the world it is the same. But what we lack is the human resources. So the space awareness of generally in the public, and especially in universities and academia, is utmost importance in that issue. We need our universities to be aware of what is going on in space and act accordingly, opening the programs and encouraging the students, this is also important, to take these opportunities for space, making them master degrees and doctorate degrees, etc. And I proudly see that Istanbul University is one of the leading universities in that aspect. It is really makes me happy, but it is not enough, of course. In Turkey, yes, we have many universities dealing with space sciences, space related issues, space related topics, but it is not enough. As Turkish Space Agency, again, we are pushing the boundaries and we are talking a lot with the academia in order to prepare our next generation for the new space age. This is really very important. If we can achieve this, if we can succeed on that, then it is very difficult that our goals and aims will be reached in our national space program. So with these thoughts, I again thank the organizers of this very important symposium. I will be happy to hear what is going on here next hours. And again, thank you for the invitation, kind invitation for Turkish Space Agency and for myself. We are happy to support all kinds of this kind of symposiums and conferences every time. And I wish much success to all of you. Thank you.
We would like to thank Mr. Serdar Hüseyin Yıldırım for his presentation. Now, I would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Economics, Professor Sayım Yorgun, to give the certificate of participation to Mr. Yıldırım. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dilek Demirbaş as the head of session. In this session, there will be 5 notifications, and now I will invite and introduce the researchers who will make presentations in this session. Ms. Aureli Turur Mirahmetoğlu, Mr. Vahit Oğuz Kiper, Mr. Cüneyt Mengü, Mr. Stefani Stojheska, and Mr. Oğuz Karasu. I give the floor to Professor Dr. Dilek Demirbaş for session.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, first of all. My name is Dilek Demirbaş. I am a professor in economics here. So I'm going to manage this session, I hope, quite well. The only thing that doesn't change is change itself, they say. Or 40 or 50 years ago, we wouldn't even imagine to talk here about space, law and space, economics and space, public policy and space. We wouldn't even believe that. So all these scholars next to me, they are going to be the change itself, like Mahatma Gandhi mentioned that before. Please. First of all, Ori, the name, I hope pronounced quite well. She is quite global, very global. Her husband is Turkish. Her PhD is from Japan, but she met her husband in China, and now she is in Turkey, in Bursa. So, your salon is yours. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So, merhaba. I hope that you can be inspired by space. So today let's talk about developments about the topic that it's space sustainability. What is space sustainability? So this is the outline. We will cover this really important topic. As the director of the space agency has mentioned, there's a transformation going on in the space sector. From the states mostly dominated field, the commercial aspects are really changing the space community, the Earth community, and is really a transformational time, and I think that's also the reason to be excited. So let's talk about what is space sustainability, why does it matter? I put you a definition from the working group of the UN COPWAS. Mostly I want to read, it's about continuing the use of space assets, space applications for the present and future generations. So we are really looking forward to the future now, and how will we continue to use space in the very long term. So who are the stakeholders? It's not just the space actors, it's also everyone on the planet. So the ones who are launching the satellites, the ones who are using them, the ones who are using the services, the individuals, everyday life. So we have been presented with the really crucial role of space this morning, so I won't go into the details there, but basically everyone. So what are the why is there a pressure on the space sustainability of why is it urgent? So this morning we also covered with Professor Freeland, we covered the military pressures, the strategic nature, the new dual-use nature of space makes it a really strategic asset. And the more people are in space and the more the collisions risk are there, the more space debris can be created. So both the space traffic and the space militarization present the pressure on space uses, space activities in general. So what are the consequences? Also, Mr. Freeland was mentioning this morning, what would the day without space look like? It will bring us back to the dark ages. Some like to say like that. I would rather be less dramatic, but still I think it will be really difficult. It will disturb the international stability. So there was the one in Mr. Freeland's slide was mentioning, let's avoid the war in space. So let's think about, let's avoid a world war. Yes, that's a good idea. The economic loss will be really tremendous. We have heard the figures already several times this morning about how the space economy is reaching towards $1 trillion US dollars, and how the worth of space assets, it's in the millions. One satellite is $50 million. You don't really want to lose it. It's a big investment. Also, there is the work on the SDGs, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 of them, and space activities are contributing to many of them. So this is also important for space sustainability, because ensuring the long-term use of space and of its assets really also will help with those SDGs. And then finally, it's about humanity and the next generations. So what is the biggest threat to space sustainability is really about space debris. There are other ones, like space weather, near-Earth objects, and radio interferences can affect also space operations greatly. But the experts have really stressed that space debris proliferation, which means the creation of more and more space debris, is the biggest threat to space sustainability. So for instance, I can give you some examples here. A 10 centimeter space debris can destroy your satellite. So 10 centimeters, it's really small. And then there you go, $50 million of your investments is gone. And it's going to contaminate everybody's operations because it goes around due to space physics. So it might also collide with other satellites, not just yours. And also the length of the space debris, depending on the orbits, can last centuries. So it's really difficult to estimate what can be the damage when space debris are involved. So let's go to the next discussion. Still, what the details about security threats to space sustainability. We have heard about this a lot this morning. I won't go too much into it again. About the numbers was also this morning. Just maybe I can't give you the estimates is about 50,000 satellites in orbit in the next decade. So if you can remember just one figure, you can think about nowadays we have the figures vary between 4,000 operational satellites to 8,000 in orbit. Some of them are not, some of them are defunct. So now we will have 50,000 assets in orbit. Each one of them can pose a technical problem and threaten all the other ones. So really we have a big issue there. So who are the stakeholders in the space sustainability governance system? So the space sustainability governance means who are the actors who are shaping the rules or the norms of behavior, the policies, the guidelines, the best practices, to know how will we act, how will we behave as a state or as a commercial companies, what are the standards, and what are the current law who are applicable. So mostly it's the United Nations Committee for Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, known as the UN Corpus. You have heard about it this morning again from Mr. Freeland. This is the intergovernmental organization, so really still about the states. But during my work as the doctoral student, I really digged into what is the role of the non-governmental entities in the governance of who is deciding besides the states, who can give an input to the discussions, who can advise technically on what is feasible, what is not feasible. Because of course with the states you have the experts of the states, the diplomats, you have the space agencies who are advising with their technical people, and then you have the groups where those technical people meet. So they are fora like the International Space Debris Committee, where actually many space agencies people are discussing, and then they shape guidelines. So they try to help with this governing, and they are not exactly always in a governmental forum. So let's look a little bit about like who are these platforms where the space sustainability governance is being discussed. So here I have a list to show you the differences. Some of you may know them. Just to give you examples, international level of non-governmental organizations. What is IEF, IAEA, IISL, ILA? These are associations or academic discussion platforms where the experts can meet. They don't necessarily wear the hat of their companies or their governments, and they exchange in order to shape the norms and discussions about technical standards. So my work was really interesting to show that there are some non-treaty type instruments which can help with the governance of space sustainability, such as guidelines. I will give you just a view of the table, and you can see the type of instruments. This is the table which is showing the type of instruments that are used and useful for the governance to ensure the long-term sustainable use of space activities. So you have the basic elements of space governance, which are the treaties, resolutions, which the states have agreed on, some principles, and then you have some space sustainability, so they are more specifically targeting space debris mitigation activities and long-term sustainable use, also known as LTS. There is a working group in the COPUOS, UN COPUOS, who shaped some guidelines as well. So these are, the middle column is really about the major instruments, which are starting what we can call a regime. So a set of rules, some bindings and some non-binding, some mandatories and some voluntary. The last column is also interesting, and I want to show this and present a bit about this today to you, are the supporting instruments, supporting space sustainability instruments. These are the instruments which emerge from the platform that I mentioned to you before, the non-governmental platforms, where the experts have been discussing, and there has been the outcome that they agreed on best practices or guidelines, and these are instruments which shape a kind of normative force targeted towards a responsible behavior in space and avoiding those dangerous operations which create space debris or which create, which negate the use or access to outer space. Like, for instance, jamming of a space satellite won't destroy your space asset, but it will prevent you the access to your space data. So it's a negation of the access and use of outer space, and it also is dangerous. So it's also part of the space sustainable use. So about the latest instruments, because we don't have too much time to cover the whole table, so I will focus about especially what is happening beyond the near Earth space, which means the Earth's orbits, because Mr. Yildirim was explaining to us that we are transitioning. This is what is next. So let's have a look at these accords or best practices or building blocks, which are kind of guidelines, agreements, are the next governance steps in terms of sustainability, which are covering the areas which are beyond our Earth's orbit. So what happens is that we have learned how to shape some norms and agree among each other between nations and companies in the space sector for activities around the Earth. And that knowledge and that practice, we have now diffused it beyond the Earth in our governing style. So accords such as the Artemis Accord, which Turkey is not part of it yet, but who knows, sustainable lunar activities in case we would like to use the resources of the moon, the space resources building blocks. These are our next instruments, and they also contain provisions who are preserving the space environment, who are trying to avoid creating space debris. So let's have a look. These are really detailed, but in the last developments, actually there are two principles. The number 8 is specifically devoted to space sustainability protection, ensuring the long-term sustainability of space by mitigating orbital debris. So this is a provision which has been traveling through a lot of instruments over the years, IEDC guidelines, LTS guidelines, COPU's debris mitigation guidelines, and now they are part of a treaty, an accord which covers the moon. So this is really interesting in terms of governance, that these provisions have been going also beyond. The first four principles are present in the other space debris mitigations instruments. So let me just cover quickly. The building blocks have been issued in 2019. It's also a non-governmental platform, and it supports the same principles of sustainable use of space, its resources. And it's really interesting because it complements the Moon Treaty. So the Moon Treaty from the late 70s, it has not been ratified by many states because they want to keep, they are not sure. What if it will go against of the exploitation of the moon resources? So in that case, building blocks, it's a little bit more permissive, and it's a complementary tool for space governance. So even though you don't want to agree to its Moon Treaty, you can still join with norms, best practices and behaviors. So now to wrap up, the best practices for the moon also, these are in the same years, okay? So this is really recent, 2019, 2020. The best practices of sustainable lunar activities. The Moon Villas Association initiative is as well a non-governmental entity. It's a platform as well, and also some of the principles are covering space sustainability, or also known as the LTS, a short version. There is even the latest discussion for an orbital highway treaty proposal. This is really recent. It's inspired by the maritime environmental efforts, which have been discussing for 20 years to have a treaty to protect the oceans, and they agreed in April of this year. And now there is a cooperation of experts, so this is happening also not at the non-governmental platforms, and they are discussing to have an environmental space treaty inspired from the maritime experience, and they collaborate with marine environmentalists. So this is also reaching beyond the space community's discussions and way of doing space governance. So I found this also now recently a nice, interesting trend. So to wrap up about the latest developments really on the space sustainability governance and its regime is the continued progress with the main instruments, the continued basic space security provisions, which we have also heard this morning about the ASAT test ban proposal. So they are more and more countries are joining. Now they are about 13 nations have agreed not to test their ASAT capabilities because they risk to create a lot of debris, and those debris clouds are threatening everybody's satellites. So I think this is also good momentum on the space security, arms control aspects of the space sustainability governance. Then I mentioned you quickly the beyond the governance for the moon. This is also a good development. And lastly, this growing involvement of NGO platforms and of the commercial sectors who is sharing, their experts are sharing their experience with their space operations in those discussions. So they are giving an input, and then when they sign the agreements, they also commit themselves to a responsible behavior. So this is a kind of the trend of the commercial actors inputting the governance of space sustainability beyond the nation's efforts. So that's what I wish that you can take out of my presentation today. And yes, let's Ad Astra, let's keep exploring the skies.
Aurel, thank you very much for your presentation. And you mentioned that the most important threat, especially this space sustainability, and also you mentioned that 50,000 especially new satellites, will be a big problem for us in the future. And the government and non-government organizations and security 2022 and membership 23 membership are very important topics. You mentioned that in terms of governance. Thank you very much for presentation.
You're welcome.
Many thanks. Thank you. Our second presentation is going to be done by Vahit Oğuz Kiper, Turizm Fakültesi, Sakarya Uygulamalı Bilimler Üniversitesi, Türkiye. He's going to talk about space tourism more than a rocket science. Yes.
Yes, thank you, dear moderator. Do you all hear my voice? I would like to confirm that. Do you hear me?
Yes,
yeah,
we
thank
can.
you. I'm sharing my slides. I guess you also see my slides. We have prepared this paper with my supervisor and mentor, Professor Orhan Batman. I'm Vahit Oğuz Kiper, by the way, research assistant in Sakarya University of Applied Sciences, Faculty of Tourism. Before starting, I would like to thank to all who put us together, because I know this kind of congresses, symposiums needs a lot of work to do, and I appreciate their effort for putting us together. The title of our paper, Space Tourism, More Than a Rocket Science. Here are the contents that I will talk about. I'll give a brief introduction, space tourism framework, importance, significance of space tourism, commercialization of space, social benefits of space travel, economical benefits of space travel, technological importance of space travel, and national importance of space, including reusable spacecrafts, space vehicles. Now, commercial launch services and space tourism become a possibility, actually reality. While the cost of space tourism remains prohibitively high for most people, unfortunately, the development of space tourism has the potential to bring down the cost of space travel and make it more accessible to a wider range of people. As more individuals and companies invest in space tourism, the industry is likely to become more competitive, leading to lower, decreased prices and better accessibility for everyone. Also, space tourism has potential to inspire next generation of space explorers and scientists by making space more accessible and visible to the public, so that space tourism could help to generate interest and excitement in space exploration and inspire a new generation of scientists, engineers, and etc. I'm moving on. So, importance of space tourism, space travel. Space tourism can play a vital role in promoting technological advancement and innovation in the space industry. It can drive the development of new space transportation systems, communication technologies, and exploration tools. By promoting space tourism, governments and private companies can attract investment in space research and development, which can benefit various sectors of the economy. Also, we can talk about more employment. The growth of space tourism can create new job opportunities in space industry, including space tourism operators, spacecraft manufacturers, space tourism support services. This can provide an economic boost to regions that invest in space tourism infrastructure and services. Also, space tourism can also generate revenue from tourism-related activities such as hotels, restaurants, and souvenir shops. Space tourism can play also a critical role in promoting international cooperation and collaboration in space exploration. This is highly important in my opinion. The development of space tourism infrastructure and services can involve collaborations between different countries, promoting scientific and cultural exchange, and also space tourism can help to promote peace and diplomacy by promoting mutual understanding and respect between different nations. So commercialization of space, it's not new, as everyone knows. The commercialization of space refers to the private sector's increasing role in the exploration, exploitation, and utilization of space. As the global space industry continues to grow, the private sector is becoming more involved in space exploration and tourism and is expected to play a leading role in the future of space development. I'm sorry. Because we need more satellites every day in space, that's also another cause for commercialization of space. There are new resources in space that I put a funny screenshot so that we need more companies in space. And also the main focus of our paper, space tourism leads to commercialization of space. So, social benefits of space travel. Space travel inspire people to look into space, what's going on there, what there is out there. So it creates a curiosity among people actually. And also it causes collaboration, as I mentioned before, because it's a universal, international area. Nations, countries need to work together. They they have to work together to improve in space industry, space science. So it also helps them to collaborate with each other. And also modern healthcare and research, another social benefit of space travel, improve health and well-being. Space travel has been used to study the effects of long-term space flight on human body, leading to new insights into the effects of, for example, microgravity and human psychology and health. Economical benefits of space travel. Space travel has significant economic importance due to its potential to generate new industries and create jobs. As space exploration and technology continue to advance, it has become clear that there are numerous opportunities for commercial activities in space, including space tourism, space mining, and satellite-based services. Also, space travel is and technological advancement in other industries. The development of, for example, computer science, telecommunications, material sciences, robotics, and etc. Space travel can also contribute to development of new technologies to address global challenges such as climate change, food security, food scarcity, and public health. Technological importance of space travel. Space travel has been a driving force behind technological advancements, particularly in material sciences, as I mentioned before, and engineering, because the extreme conditions of space have made it necessary the development of new materials and technologies to withstand radiation, temperature, and other hazards in outer space. Also, space travel played a crucial role in the development of modern telecommunication systems. Satellites orbiting the Earth have made it possible for us to communicate with people on the other side of the planet. And also, the robotics, autonomous robots are increasingly used in space exploration as they can perform tasks that are too dangerous for humans to do. So I put the icon of RoboCop, that was a movie that I liked when I was a kid. So we will see more robotic products as the space industry grows. So, national importance of space travel. One and first comes the prestige. Space tourism has the potential to bring significant benefits to a nation in terms of economic and technological advancements, as well as increasing national prestige and promoting science education. This is the most important benefit for a nation, in my opinion. The space tourism industry has the potential to create wide range of new jobs, from spacecraft manufacturing, launch operations, tourism-related services. And in addition to economical benefits for a nation, for a country, space tourism can also contribute to a nation's scientific and technological advancement, the development of new technologies and systems to support space tourism, launch vehicles, space habitats, can have broader applications for national security and other fields. We may also mention competition in space travel. It has pros and cons, of course. There are new players, new markets, and new rules. And now, with the increasing number of players in the space tourism industry, the competition is becoming more intense, of course, as expected. We have companies like Virgin Galactic, Blue Origin, and SpaceX, and many others to come. As industry becomes more mature, it's essential for companies to be more innovative in order to stay ahead of their competitors. And also we see countries against countries in this competition, like United States of America, China, India, Japan, European countries, and now Turkey is becoming an important player in space industry and space tourism. So the future of space tourism, in addition to suborbital flights, there are plans for orbital flights and even space hotels. Space hotels could offer a unique experience for tourists and could be the next step of long-duration space missions. Also, space tourism is not just limited to low-orbit activities. There are plans for missions to the moon, with companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin aiming to send tourists to the lunar surface. These missions could provide a unique opportunity for space tourism and could also support the development of lunar infrastructure. The future of space tourism is likely to involve more collaboration between private companies and government agencies. This could lead to new opportunities for scientific research and development, as well as the establishment of new regulations and policies. I would like to save my time, so I jump to conclusion. So what is space tourism? Space tourism is a tourism activity which occurs in Earth's surface or suborbital or orbital places which are motivated by space itself. This is important. The motivation must be space. Why is it significant? Because it has economical, social, national and technological benefits, side benefits. So it's not just tourism activity. We talked about social, technological, economical, national benefits. The market is really narrow for space tourism. It's a niche market right now, but it's aggressively expanding. So it's worth keeping an eye on it. So the future of space tourism looks bright actually, because it's an expanding market and it has strategically important significance. I would like to thank all the listeners, all the participation, and that's all.
Thank you very much for this very interesting paper. Wahid, after defined the concept of space tourism, he talked about the importance of space travel, as he concluded. In here, the most important thing is that he convinced us to invest in space tourism or space traveling. I don't know whether we will be able to see or whether we will be able to travel in our lifetime, but definitely next generation will do that. So the most important thing at national level, he mentioned that the prestige, economic benefits, mainly economic growth and technological developments, and employment will benefit from that because of investments. So thank you very much for the paper. Our third speaker will be Cüneyt Mengü, İstanbul Üniversitesi Cerrahpaşa. He will talk about the reflections on space tourism. Yes, thank you very much.
You have to control? Ah, yeah, you have it. Actually, this presentation was prepared and to be presented by Dr. Cüneyt Mengü. Unfortunately, he's not able to attend to this meeting, to this symposium, because suddenly he is sick. So I will take this presentation on his behalf, if you accept. Thank you very much. Dr. Cüneyt, not only a lecturer in Istanbul University, and he is also the founder and CEO of a travel agency, one of the well-known travel agency in Turkey, in Turkey. So our study is more on the reflections on space tourism. By the 20th century, after most of the Earth's lands were discovered, ice began to be turned to the sky in more serious sense. According to the desire to fly has begun to tinker with people's minds. Especially from the beginning, aviation has been really tremendously improved. Imagine in Ohio in 1903, Wright brothers, they were the bicycle manufacturers. They fixed the wings on their bicycles, and they are the pioneers of the people who has fly in the air. And imagine after 58 years, we see first ground-controlled human-carrying satellite was sent into space by the USSR on April the 12th, 1961. And the cosmonaut named Yuri Gagarin returned safely to Earth by making a full cycle around the world. So imagine in a short time, so aviation is important, and then space race started with this events. Space exploration efforts continued unabated in both the USA and the USSR. The original goal was to go further and land men on the moon. So right after 8 years, after Yuri Gagarin, the United States achieved his goal, and on July the 20th, in 1969, Apollo 11 astronauts, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, made a soft landing on the moon with their space capsule, and these two astronauts became the first humans to walk on the moon. In fact, dear Professor Yorgun and dear Turkish Space Agency President Serdar Hüseyin Yıldırım, earlier they gave good information about space. And in fact, I don't want to go in details because most of the things that they said is being covered in this notes as well. So going back to space economy is defined by OECD as all activities and resources that create value and benefit to people in the process of exploring, researching, understanding, managing, and using space. According to the Harvard Business Review, the term space economy covers the study of goods and services produced in space, the moon, or asteroids for use in space. In other words, the term space economy is all the goods and services produced for use in space. Today, space economy is based on three basic elements. The first one is that the global powers pay large sum of money from the state budget to the researchers they employ in the field. They even employ scientists from third world countries in space projects at attractive prices. Secondly, large and powerful companies operating in this field, offer new technologies to their states at great cost. Thirdly, in the economic aspect, destination management or big tourism agencies all over the world want to get a share from space tourism, especially in the USA, with the development of the space tourism day by day. It is estimated that there are currently more than 10,000 firms and approximately 5,000 investors involved in the space industry. According to the report of the State Foundation, private sector space companies are estimated to generate more than $224 billion in revenue from the products and services they provide. According to the Space Foundation's report, about 90% of the more that 1,000 spacecraft launched into space are supported by commercial firms. Among these, hundreds of Starlink internet satellites launched by Elon Musk's company, SpaceX, have an important place. Actually, today's topic is space economy, space sciences, and space law. As earlier we heard, more regulations and law rules are needed to control the space. I don't want to take your time, and all I have to say is, one day, as you said, not our generation, but with the next, our people, Turkish people, will travel to the space. Thank you for listening.
Short and sweet. Very short and sweet. Very short presentation.
Very
Thank
short
you.
because it's not mine.
Thank you very much.
That's why I took it short.
It's okay, no problem. Thank you very much. May I have your name, please?
My name is Ali Rıza Kurtul.
Ali Rıza Bey. Ali Rıza.
Actually, I'm an ex-airline man.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
36 years I worked in Atatürk Airport.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You came and presented instead of Cüneyt Mengü. And the paper was very briefly about space tourism, reflections on space tourism, historical background. Ali Rıza Kutul started with, then talk about the space economy very briefly. The numbers, 10,000 firms and around 5,000 investors. So he also convinced us why we should invest in space tourism travels.
Yes.
The money is quite good. The profit is quite good. $224 billion is quite good money. So Turkey should also do that, I believe. And the next speaker will be, I hope, Stefani Stochevska. I hope I mentioned rightly. Stefana is from Southeast European University, Macedonia. The speaker is going to talk about the role and application of the Hick-Hyman law, open human-computer interaction systems regarding man's spacecraft missions. Wow, very, very long title. I hope we will catch up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Respected, I hope you're all doing very well. My name is Stefani Stochevska, and I am a teaching assistant at Southeast European University at the Faculty of Law in the Republic of Macedonia. Before anything else, I would just like to express my sincerest appreciation and gratitude in regards of being a part of this year's symposium. My research concerns the role and application of the Hick-Hyman law upon human-computer interaction systems regarding manned spacecraft missions. So you can see the title and everything. I will continue with the next slide. So, I'm sorry, just one second. We begin by defining the more important aims and objectives, those being the following. So one of the primary objectives of my research is to attempt to improve the manifestation of contributive factors of an adequate HSI, also known as human-computer interaction. So human-computer interaction systems are actually very common in manned spacecraft missions. For example, they are obsessively used in the ISS or the International Space Station. However, I think communication between man and computer is key in this particular circumstances in order for space missions to be a success in general. However, we are currently facing many problems in terms of there are very factors that are contributive of inadequate HCI. The next aim or objective of this research is the assessment of astronauts' cognitive information capacity in choice reaction. So this aim or objective is actually connected with the Hicks-Hyman law. So the Hicks-Hyman law actually manifests the astronaut's cognitive information capacity, or the so-called CR, the reaction time which an astronaut or any person in general needs to make a decision from multiple possible choices. And the last aim or objective of this research is to reduce the risks of inadequate HCI systems within manned spacecraft missions. For the methodology of research, given that this is a mathematical adaptation of the Hicks-Hyman law, my methodology is actually twofold. So the first point of methodology is to apply and mathematically model the basic Hicks-Hyman law upon astronauts' cognition. The second point of methodology is to analyze Roth's demonstration of correlations between IQ and information processing speed. The next point of methodology is to assess the astronaut's choice reaction, or CR, through two HCI problems factors in outer space. The first problem factor is technological diversification. Technological diversification usually means the various spread or array of technological constraints that are typically built in within the spacecraft, or more specifically, the human interaction, the human-computer interaction system. And the second problem factor is the environmental constraints. Environmental constraints may not be directly related to something of technological object or something similar, but I do believe that since humans, or shall I say astronauts, are not exactly in their natural habitat, they are in outer space, of course there are a lot of constraints that are connected with the environment. The extraterrestrial characteristics, such as spatial disorientation, etc., etc. But I sincerely believe that these two problems, technological diversification and environmental constraints, are crucial to assess the astronaut's choice reaction through human-computer interaction systems. For that matter, I think it is very important to identify the main components of HCI systems. As you can see on this slide, we have a deification of two types of concepts. The first concept is effective HCI functions, while the second set of aspects is inadequate HCI factors, as we have previously mentioned. So first we begin with the effective functions. Any human-computer interaction system must have these functions in order to be effective. And these functions also apply to spacecraft missions. The first is information reception. The second is information storage. The third is information processing and decision-making. And the fourth is information execution. So the first one, information reception. I interpret this function as a need for astronauts to clearly receive the information that are given to them from the ground's commander. The second function, that is information storage, usually is interpreted in the means that we have to have specific systems within the spacecraft is information processing and decision making. So this is very consequential. Once the astronaut is able to comprehend the command that is given to him from the ground control, he must process the information in a cognitive manner and bring a decision. So if he is asked to do something, if there is a task or something similar like that, the astronaut needs to make the right decision, a decision that will not result with some catastrophic damages or even some life-threatening situations. And the fourth function is information execution. This is also consequential. So once the astronaut cognitively processes the information and makes a decision to do something, he has to execute the so-called information. So we transfer from listening to direct action. So while these are the four effective functions of these systems, unfortunately there are very inadequate factors that contribute to these systems. I have selected 8 primary inadequate factors that are directly connected with the outer space system. That is, when we have manned spacecraft missions, and in these spacecraft missions we use HCI systems, these are the main inadequate factors. So the first factor is requirements, policies, and design processes. The second is information resources or information support. The third is the allocation of attention. The fourth is cognitive overload. Next, we have environmentally induced perceptual changes. Next, we have misperception or misinterpretation of displayed information. This is usually a psychological or a cognitive psychological consequence. Next, we have spatial disorientation. This is directly connected with the environmental constraints that we previously discussed. And lastly, we have the designs of displays and controls. So obviously, these are very widespread inadequate factors. And when it comes to the role and the application of the Hick-Hyman law, which I specifically focus in my research, only partial factors are included in the research. Mostly they include technological aspects that have some underlying potential of psychological cognitivism regarding astronauts. So when we identify all these systems, we need, of course, it is important to take all these factors or all these functions into consideration. But when we research something very specific and something quite controversial, if I may say so, such as the Hick-Hyman law, we need to have a very basic selection upon the inadequate factors, which could actually help us, which could actually guide us to find more quickly and more effectively, to find a solution to the problem and apply it so we can have more effective systems, which of course consequently results to more successful spacecraft missions. Without further ado, I would like to specifically move on to the Hick-Hyman law. So in case some of the audience is not actually familiar with the Hick-Hyman law, the Hick-Hyman law is actually a very simple psychological formula, psychological mathematical formula that actually calculates the time that a person needs psychologically to make a decision from some given possibilities. Here I have managed to include the basic formulas of the Hick-Hyman law. Also, I believe in my abstract, I have mentioned that when it comes to manned spacecraft missions, we need to equally consider two possible aspects. The first aspect is equally probability choices, while the second aspect is unequally probability choices. So there are various situations that may occur in manned spacecraft missions. Some may be in the control of astronauts. On the other hand, some unfortunately may not be in the entire control of the astronauts. So here we must divide this so-called Hick-Hyman law into two possible variations. And we will come to that. The first variation is when we have equal probabilities or equal choices. And the second aspect or the second situation is when we have unequal probabilities or unequal choices. We begin with the alteration of the equal probability choices. As you can see here, it is said that we have a given n or specific number of equally probable choices. So the average reaction time, T, requires to choose among them as follows. So here we have this basic formula, T equals B multiplied by a logarithm and concluded by n plus 1. This is actually a very simple mathematical formula, which we will subsequently apply to our so-called astronaut conundrum. But before let's explain the components of this mathematical equation. We can see here that T is the average reaction time of the astronaut. B is the empirically determined constant by fitting a line to measure data. The logarithm, also known as log 2, is just a binary research performed from a mathematical perspective, of course. And then we have n plus 1. N plus 1 represents the uncertainty about whether to respond or not, or which response should the astronaut make. So when we apply this formula, this mathematical formula of the Huckheim law in our astronomical conundrum, we can actually make a very simple appropriation. I mean appropriation by starting with B. We said that B is a empirically determined constant. When we determine a constant, it usually means a wide range of the perspective of what is concluded before the astronaut, so he can make a very collected decision-making process, of course, cognitively. Then we have the log 2, or the logarithm, which is a binary research performed. This actually is a pure mathematical function which actually helps us to calculate or actually interpret this mathematical equation, so we can apply it to our specific extraterrestrial problem. And then we have the n plus 1. We can apply the n plus 1 component of this equation by imposing the uncertainty that the astronauts feel. So if an astronaut is dealing with a task or a command, he might consequently be dealing with the uncertainty, whether he should respond to this given task from the ground command or not to respond. Or more specifically, if he has to make a decision, what is the response that he should make? This, of course, is only the variation for equally probable choices. The next alternative, as I previously mentioned, is the unequal probability choices. So here, we actually have the average amount of information for a set of stimuli, psychological stimuli, that occur with unequal probability. And that is usually less than log 2n. So again, we have binary research performed in the form of a logarithm system, but the result is always less than expected, less than n. And n is the equally given probable choices. This law of unequally probable choices can be generalized in one simple mathematical formula. As you can see, it is as followed: T equals BH. T, as we have previously mentioned, is the average reaction time for the astronaut. B is, of course, the empirically determined constant by fitting a line to measure data, and H is related to the information theoretic entropy of the decision. We can actually expand mathematically this formula or this component, this information theoretical entropy, by presenting this more complicated mathematical formula. You may have noticed that in this mathematical formula, most of the components that we have previously mentioned are repeated. But we also have some new components which help us calculate the unequal probability choices in our specific dilemma. Here we have the component of Pi. Pi represents the probability of the TH alternative yielding the entropy, which is actually very simple. We're actually having a widespread variation, mathematically speaking. So these mathematical formulas are exclusively useful for interpreting unequal probability choices. Of course, when we are dealing from a general perspective with our dilemma, astronauts can be imposed to a various range of choices. They can be either equal or unequal, as I previously mentioned. These are just some simple mathematical formulas that I have managed to put out, which I think would be extremely useful to help calculate this problem where we are dealing in a specific situation. And that specific situation is when an astronaut is dealing with confusion, with a task or a command that he has to commit for the good of the overall space mission, but has some doubts, usually from a psychological and from a technological perspective. I have also mentioned that the Hicks-Hyman law is not usually enough, it's not sufficient to determine the astronaut's specific capacity to decision-making and information processing from a cognitive perspective. That is why I also managed to include E-Ross correlation between IQ and information processing speed. So unlike Hick and Hyman, who were two American and British psychologists which came up or actually coined this term, the Hick-Hyman law, they provided separate researches, but they came to the same conclusion. Now, consequently to the Hick-Hyman law, we have the mathematician E. Roth. E. Roth was a very prominent scientist that was specifically active in the beginning of the 60s. This specific research is his research as actually published in 1964. So in 1964, E. Roth managed to publish his results regarding the correlation between IQ and information processing speed as a response to the Hick-Hyman law. And I actually think that Roth's research is also very useful to apply in addition to the Hick-Hyman law in order to resolve these inadequate human-computer interaction systems. As you can see in this part of the slide, we have Roth's application of Hick's law bit in the unit of the logarithm. You can see here that we have some basic components. First, in the epsilon axis, we have the reaction time, while at the x-axis, we have the bits. Of course, there are certain values, as Roth would like to explain, from 1 to 4. But here we have a specific component that concludes the IQ. Now, of course, we all presume that in order to be an astronaut, the person needs to have a high IQ. But how high is actually enough? Here, although Roth does not specifically involves his research around astronauts, he gives a very slight variation of what we should expect when considering IQ and information processing speed. So we have 3 levels of IQ. We have low IQ, average IQ, and high IQ. And you can actually see the lines coming lower and lower and lower as the IQ, on the contrary, becomes higher and higher and higher. This actually tells us something, that the lower the IQ, the more the reaction time the astronaut would need to make the decision, which is logically, and vice versa. The higher the IQ of the astronaut means that the less he has less and less time, or he would be able to more efficiently and more fastly make a reaction or make a decision and process the information. So, the use of IQ assessments and astronaut screening and evaluation, at least according to my personal opinion, is very important to include in the overall Hick-Hyman law role and application. So the demonstrated correlation between IQ and information processing speed is the reciprocal of the slope of the function. And these are the slopes right here that we have previously mentioned. This can be equated in a simple formula. Here we have specific components. First, we have the reaction time as the obtained result that we are trying to achieve. Next, we have the so-called movement time plus a logarithm and the processing speed. Of course, this is all connected to the IQ average of the person, or in this case, the astronaut. You may have noticed that there is a new component in this formula, and that is the letter N. The letter N usually is the number of choices. This goes back to the dilemma that we previously conducted. If an astronaut is dealing with a certain task and he has multiple choices to choose from, N would be the specific number of those choices. And that same number is very important. And that is why we are applying this specific number or this specific component to E. Roth's correlation between IQ and information processing speed as a response to the application of the Hick-Hyman law in this astronomical, cognitive, psychological dilemma. Consequently, the time it takes to come to a decision is manifested by the following formula. So again, we have some repeated components. First, we have the logarithm expressed in log 2, and we have the component n, which we previously described is the number of choices divided by the processing speed. Lastly, I would just like to express that this is a very complex topic. Of course, there are a lot of aspects included in this research, but of course, due to time limitation, I would not wish to take much of your time and explain everything in detail. These are just the main components that I personally thought were most useful in order to apply the Hick-Hyman law upon the attempt to improve the computer interaction, human-computer interaction systems. Of course, all these details and much more will be explained in the full research paper, which I hope you will enjoy and read afterwards after the conference proceedings. Lastly, I would like to conclude this presentation with some research conclusions or some main points. So the first point of this, or should I say the first conclusion of this research, is developing an effective HCI for manned space operations is actually a pretty challenging task. It's very controversial and it requires the coordinated effort of various fields of study. The second point of conclusion is that the application of the Hick-Hyman law to human-computer interaction systems is very controversial due to it being very misunderstood. A lot of scientists, a lot of researchers usually tend to misunderstand or even skip the Hick-Hyman law when it comes to these specific cognitive problems. So I think that it is best to specifically explain the Hick-Hyman law in this research paper, prove that it is not controversial, it is not that easy to be misunderstood if we just focus on some key aspects. And the last point of conclusion is that this research might further reflect upon technology policy and the space industry in general. If you have any questions, any remarks, any comments with this presentation or with this research, please feel free to ask and I will try to answer to the best of my abilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. I will start this time from the conclusion. Developing effective HGI means human-computer interaction system for manned space operations is a challenging task. You came to conclusion by applying Hick-Hyman law upon HCI system based on the probability choices. It was a technical paper, interesting paper. Thank you very much for your effort. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. The last but not least paper is from Mehmet Fırat Olgun, Yüksel Bayraktar, and Oğuz Karasu from Istanbul University. The paper title is An Econometric Model Experiment on Space-Related Industries, the Case of Japan. Thank you.
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Let me make this perfect. Hi, my name is Oğuz Karasu, and we have conducted an analysis with Mehmet Fırat Olgun. He is also a PhD candidate on the space economy, and with our supervisor, Professor Yüksel Bayraktar, which this topic has brought us together. I'm so glad to be part of this symposium, very well organized symposium, and I'm joining from the Washington, D.C., USA. It's just sun is rising right now, it's 6 a.m. And I'm currently working at TRT World DC office, and I also voluntarily work as a Vice President of Public Affairs at the National Economists Club here in DC. So our topic is an econometric model experiment on space-related industries, sales, the case of Japan. So let me mention a little bit about our outlook. I will talk about a little bit space economy and Japanese space industry, our research question, the data we used in the analysis, and our methodology, of course, and results, and we will conclude. So what is the space economy? As the other presenters mentioned earlier, let me mention a little bit about this again. So the space economy examines the economic impacts of activities in space. It includes the development, provision, and use of space-related products and services. The space economy involves the exploration, research, understanding, management, and use of outer space, the capabilities, the technological capabilities that we are having today. And space-related products and services range from research and development to production and infrastructure, as well as space-related applications like satellites. Examples of space-related applications include navigation equipment like GPS, telecommunications via satellite, and remote sensing technologies. So, there are direct and indirect effects that I want to mention before I go into details about the Japanese space industry. We see effects about the commercial revenues, employment, productivity, social welfare, innovation, collaborations, research and development, environmental management, telecommunications, education, and health, just like the other presenters mentioned. And we have been experiencing a significant increase of the space economy size. Since 2009, as you can see on this graphic, the size of the space economy globally has been increasing exponentially, as some experts say. So the current situation of the space economy right now, it has potential opportunities for economic growth, not just for the developed countries, but also developing countries. Countries are investing more in the space sector for the recent years. US, China, Russia, those are like main actors in space right now, but also we see India, South Korea, and Japan are significant investors in the space race. That's not just because of technological improvements, that's also because of the cost that decreased for the last years. So why is the Japanese space industry important? So Japan is one of the major players in the global space sector. The space industry is key driver of technological innovation, not just for Japan, of course, but for every other country. Understanding the factors that affect sales in the Japanese space industry can provide valuable insights into the wider economic and technological landscape of the country. And it is important to understand the factors that drive sales in the industry to inform future policy and investment decisions. The purpose of our research is determine factors affecting sales in the space industry specifically, and empirically discussing the effects of variables determining using annual data from between 2000 and 2019 on Japanese space industry sales. In terms of sales, space-related sales, goods and services included like software, satellite production, and ground services. I prepared many jokes to make this presentation more fun, but I know that I am the last person who presents before the lunch break, so I will try to keep it short. So let me mention the graphics that we have about Japanese space industry sales by segment. So as you can see on this graphic, satellites and launch vehicles are like having more part of the industry, and we see that software, space station, even though 2%, They have some part of the studies in the space station. So the plant and equipment investment by segment in 2019 in Japan, more than half of it actually goes to satellite production. And some part of it with the launch vehicles, and also they work on the ground facilities as well. Japan has been exported more satellites than their launch vehicle services to outside Japan. So they mostly sell their products and services to Europe and North America. But also we see here, even though it is 7%, the Middle Eastern countries are like more, they have more demand for the space-related products. As we have seen, I think last week with iSpace, the private company from Japan, they were selling the service for the moon lander, moon rover and lander. I think they were working with the UAE for their first mission, which unfortunately they were not successful, but they were promising companies. So we see like more engagement from the Middle Eastern countries as well. The number of employees by segment here, most of the people who work in the space industry in Japan, they work for the space vehicles, and the other part of they split between software and ground facilities. And they're also like mostly working on the research and development and also manufacturing as well. So in terms of the data set we used for this econometric analysis in our study, we used sales data, sales specifically space-related sales, goods and services in Japan, and investment, as I mentioned earlier, in plant and equipment in space industry, export numbers of those goods and services, employment specifically for the space industry, and also we wanted to include the launch, the number of objects that launched into space from the Japan or from a Japanese space industry. Sorry. So our methodology is we used a ARDL method to estimate the current situation. So the method is preferred because of the variables. They were stationary at different degrees. With this method, the configuration relationship between the series is examined with the boundary test. And after the configuration relationship, short and long-term results are obtained. Of course, this study has limitations as well. As you know, the availability and quality of data is, finding that data is very hard, and also the accuracy and other, and also like whether they are up to date or not. Those are like the limitations of our space economy literature as well. So that's why like we could only find the data between 2000 and 2019. So let me mention here a little bit about our unit root test results. So sales, investment, export, employment are constant in the first level, and launch variable, the object that Japan sent into space, is stationary in level. And you can see here the ARDL boundary test results, and let me talk about more on the long run results here. So the investment variable here in these facilities positively affect sales. So if, according to our result, if investment in plant and equipment increases by 1%, sales in the space industry increases by 0.19%. The investment elasticity of sales, of course, with this is estimated to be 0.19, and space-related product exports also have a statistically significant effect on sales. As exports of space products increase, sales also increase. So if exports of space products increase by 1%, sales in the space industry increase by 0.17%. So the number of space objects launched into space also has a statistically significant and positive effect on sales in the sector. In general, the impact of launched objects on sales is relatively lower compared to other variables. So when we calculate that when there is 1% increase in the number of objects launched into space, increases sales in the space industry for Japan by 0.06%. So we also conducted diagnostic tests just to make sure that we used the right methodology for to be able to reach those results. So and also we did the SUSUM and SUSUM square tests as well. So basically the long-term coefficients calculated according to the ARDL bound tests are stable. That we are learning from these tests, and it was found that the long-term coefficients calculated according to the ARDL boundary test were stable and 94%, 95% in the confidence level. Let me briefly summarize the conclusion. So the empirical findings obtained indicate that investments in the Japanese space industry increased the revenue to be obtained from the sector itself. Factors such as developments in the space industry, the increasing number of commercial space companies, investments of governments and the private sector in the space field indicate that space product sales will increase in the future. And in addition, considering the average annual growth of almost like 5% in the space economy since 2005, it is expected that areas such as logistics services, near future, and space mining, space tourism for further future will become significant commercial opportunities. Additionally, the space industry operates subject to government regulations in international agreements and space law. Therefore, the future of sales for products and services produced in the space industry may vary depending on overcoming these challenges, technological advancements, and also market conditions. So thanks for listening my presentation. I hope I catch the time. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Thank you very much to Oğuz, because all of my presenters today actually, they stick with the time, no problem we had. Just very briefly, I summarize the paper. Oğuz from United States, she joined us today, was asking the question how to determine factors affecting sales in space industry in Japan. And they applied a time series study, and they found that very briefly, if I have to keep it short, developments in space industry will increase in the future too. Am I right?
That is right, yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't think that you will be able to join us for the lunch, but we will definitely go. So thank you very much for your last presentation. Last but not least, as you know that, thank you. I should close the session, I believe that. Thank you very much for joining us. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you.
The session is over. Now, I'd like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Billur Engin Balın, the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Economics, to give certificates of participants to the researchers. Dear guests, first session is over now. Thank you for your participation. Second session will start 2:30 p.m. See you again in the second session. Welcome to the second session of our symposium. In this session, we will first listen to the presentation of our guest speaker, Associate Professor Mesut Gökten, the Director of TÜBİTAK Space Technologies Research Institute. Afterwards, 5 papers will be presented. Firstly, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Mesut Gökten to the podium as the main speaker of the session.
Hello, good afternoon. It's a very nice place to talk actually. I'm glad to be here. It's my first time in the university campus. Let me introduce myself. Briefly, my name is Mesut Gökten. I'm Director of TÜBİTAK Space for almost 3.5 years now. Before that, I used to work as a Deputy Director, and previous to that, I used to work at İktisat, which is the national satellite operator of Turkey. We are located, let me proceed. We are located in Ankara at the Middle East Technical University campus. We are about 350 people in total. Our areas are satellite technologies, image processing and remote sensing, optical systems, ground stations, and we just started 2 new projects. With that, we enter into this human space flight and also deep space. Okay, so we are under TÜBİTAK. We are directly reporting to the president of TÜBİTAK, and TÜBİTAK itself is under the Ministry of Institute and Technology. Industry and Technology, sorry. It's changing names a lot, so I sometimes maybe it will be some other name in a couple of months, we don't know. So I'd like to talk about our heritage first. We were founded in 1985 as Ankara Electronics R&D Institute in Middle East Technical University. And then we transformed into Bilten in 1995, which is Information Technologies and R&D Institute. And then we started working on space-related projects in 2001 with Bilsat satellite. Bilsat is a technology transfer satellite that we developed with UK-based SSTL, and we launched it in 2003. It was operational for about 1 year. Later, we started a very similar satellite project with this time on our own, RASAT. It was launched in 2011. It was a long project, and it was operational for 11 years. And last summer, we actually celebrated its last mission, and it's now retired. Right at the same time, we started Göktürk 2 together with Turkish Aerospace Industries. It's an Earth observation satellite. It's the first satellite that we delivered to a customer, namely the Turkish Air Force. And this satellite is also still operational. Later we started IMECE program. IMECE is a satellite, Earth observation satellite, but the project itself is quite complicated. Actually, it's a program consisted of four different projects, 3 different customers. It's quite complicated, and we have launched it just last month. And TürkSat 6A is a communication satellite. We are also the main contractor for this satellite. We have Turkish Aerospace, Aselsan, and SİTEK. We are working on together, and hopefully it will be launched sometime next year. Not sometime next year. This time next year around. Yeah, we are shooting for a spring launch. And we are working on our first lunar research project. We are also the main contractor for that project. We started about 16 months ago, and we finished PDR. I'll talk briefly about that. And also, we are the prime contractor for astronaut mission, first astronaut mission of Turkey. So our capabilities are, in terms of technical capabilities, microwave antenna systems, power systems, we are quite good. Obviously, we have attitude determination and control systems. New to our arsenal is optical design and manufacturing that we started with Imager program. Also program management and system engineering, obviously, the capabilities we have. And we have ground station software and hardware capabilities. We actually have a ground station in our facility. We obviously have communication systems development. It's also a very capable team. We have a small AIT that we can integrate small satellites up to 100 kilograms. We can also integrate and test satellites in our facility. We have a very extensive electric production facility. We have a good team of real-time and embedded software experts, and we also have a team working on remote sensing and image processing. So these are our facilities. We have, for production, we have optical center at Ankara. We can manufacture up to 800 millimeter mirrors and lenses in this facility. And we also do integration and testing at this facility. So this is the facility that we manufactured the camera for Imager, also electronic production. We have assembly integration facilities. We have 2 clean rooms, an electrical propulsion laboratory, and various ground support equipments. In terms of testing, we have vibration and thermal vacuum tests, and also for the electrical propulsion systems, we have propulsion test facility. For operation, we have a ground station that we can operate our satellites. So, if you take a look at the value chain in space, we have production, operation, and data and services. We can put in basically 3 different domains. So we are actually active in all 3 domains. So we manufacture satellites, we manufacture equipments for the satellites. Also, we develop the infrastructure for satellites, such as ground stations, AIT centers, and clean rooms. In terms of operation, we have operated Rasat satellite for about 11 years. We are also operating Göktürk 2 and Imager satellites on behalf of our customers. So we have quite good ground station operation capability. And also, in terms of data and services, we have image processing and exploitation software. We are working on precision agriculture based on satellite imagery. And we have also image distribution system that our customers use. So our satellites, a brief information about our satellites. The first one is BILSAT. As I said, this is a technology transfer satellite that was operational for 1 year, and it's an Earth observation satellite which has a resolution about 12.6 meters. Now Rasat is our first national satellite. It's very similar to BILSAT, with a slightly more capable camera. It's an Earth observation satellite with a 7.5 millimeter resolution and about less than 100 kilogram mass. It was launched in August 2011, and it was operational until August 2022. Sorry. Göktürk 2 is, as I said, our first satellite that is aimed for a customer. It's operated by Turkish Air Force. Currently, it has about 2.5 meter resolution, pan resolution. Its mass is about 400 kilograms, and it's been operational since December 2012. Imager is our latest satellite that I will provide some more information about Imager. Imager also is very similar to Göktürk 2 satellites. Obviously, attitude is the same. Resolution is sub-meter. Mass is about 700 kilograms, and it was launched this April 15, 2023. And TürkSat 6A is a communication satellite. It has 20 transponders at Ku band and 3 X-band transponders. The mass is about 4.25 tons. It's a large satellite. It's our first foray into the geocommunication satellite business. So since it's a large project, we have many partners in this one. Actually, the customer is TürkSat and Ministry of Transportation. And our partners are Turkish Aerospace, Aselsan, and SeaTech. We are mainly responsible for the platform, system engineering, and program management side of this project. So, IMAGE is as I said, it's a big program. It's in total four projects and 3 different customers. The goal was to develop some critical technology that we can use for the following upcoming satellites. We also one goal was to get some more trained manpower. We tried to increase our indigenous design and production capabilities. We also have public and private cooperation in this project. We tried to develop domestic and national equipment, also domestic and national platform that we can use for future missions. And another goal was to have a competitive product in terms of satellite system and also in terms of equipment that we can export in case. So we are building the space segment. We are in charge of the space segment. We have completed system level design, integration, and test in our responsibility. Similarly, almost all the equipments are designed, manufactured, and tested also in Turkey in TÜBİTAK Space. In space segment also we are in charge of the system engineering and embedded software. On the ground segment side, we are in charge of the whole ground segment. We have our industry develop some equipment for us like antennas, modems, and some RF components. They have been developed by local companies here. We were in charge also in mission planning and control software and image processing software also. So some of the equipments we have developed nationally for this project is the most important one is obviously the camera itself. It's about 80 kilograms. It has about SWAT with about 13.7 kilometers, and resolution is less than 1 meter pan. And MTF and SNR also are very competitive for this segment camera. We also had the opportunity to export one version of this similar version of this camera to a friendly country, let's say. And this camera was most of the parts were produced by local companies in Turkey, and we were in charge of design, integration, and testing, and also integration to the satellite itself. So we have a GPS receiver, LNA, and also GPS antennas were developed for this mission. It can receive GPS and Galileo signals, and it is also a very competitive product that we hope to export soon. And now that they all have space heritage, I think we will have some opportunity to do that. And this is our first electromechanical device that we developed for space. Not only first for us, also first for Turkey. It's a reaction wheel we developed. A very similar version was also installed in TürkSat 6A. It has maximum torque of 200 milliNewton meters, and momentum capacity is 15 Newton meters. It's a nice product also that we qualified for LEO and GEO missions. And another AOCS equipment, ADCS equipment, is our star tracker that we developed for this mission. It has 3-head configuration. It's very accurate. Data acquisition is 100 arc seconds. Actually, these are the requirements. Most of the numbers are requirements, so actual numbers are usually much better than that. and we also used this same product at TürkSat 6A. Another one equipment we have is also electromechanical device, a second electromechanical device that we developed. This is a steerable expand antenna. We installed 2 of them at Imager satellite. The angle of rotation at elevation and azimuth is 70 degrees and 270 degrees, respectively. It has dual channel circular polarization capability, a 17 dBi antenna gain, and 80 megahertz bandwidth. This antenna was also qualified, space qualified last week. This is one of the last equipments that we tried, and we have downloaded our images from using this antenna. As I said, we have a very good power group. We are designing power control and distribution equipments for both Imager and TürkSat satellites. This is a 28 volt version that we developed for LEO missions, and also this one will go to moon. Hopefully, our moon mission will also work on 28 volt equipments. So there will be an updated version. We are currently working on that. And for TürkSat 6A, we have, obviously, it's much larger version, working at 100 volts and about 7.5 kilowatts. So these are the other equipments that we have. We don't have animation for those, so I'd like to put them in a single slide. A very important equipment we have, actually subsystem, is electric propulsion subsystem. So only about 6 countries in the world have this capability. So we developed a 300 watt version with 12 millinewton power capability for Imager satellite. And we have another version at 1500 watts we developed for TürkSat 6A mission. So it's the first time that we get into this kind of technology, plasma technology, and especially on the larger propulsion size, like 1500 watts, we are only one of 2 companies, institutions that can actually manufacture this kind of propulsion system. Actually, there were 2 more, one in Russia and one in Ukraine, but they are out of market at the moment. So we hope we can do some trade in that part. We have expand transmitter, which has 320 megabit output. We have data compression and formatting equipment, sound sensor, S-band receiver and transmitter that we use for our TMTC. And also we have developed S-band antennas. Just one of them is here. So these are some pictures about from the satellite. These are actually the first one. Do I have a pointer here? Nope. The first one is actually structural thermal model of the satellite, and the second picture also on top is also STM of the satellite. The pictures were taken at the AIT facility at TAI, Turkish Aerospace Industries. We rent those facilities for system level test and integration. And the other one is actually the flight model on the bottom, and it's seen from the integration of the flight model. This is our transport to airport. We have also another company in Turkey to develop a container for us, special container for this project that also we will use in future projects. And on the middle picture you can see the satellite, Imager satellite on the top. It was launched by SpaceX. Actually it was the largest satellite that was launched with that Transponder 7 mission. And many of you probably heard, but it was not the only Turkish satellite. We had an APSCO satellite developed by TÜBİTAK Space, a 3U CubeSat, and there were 2 other CubeSats that was developed by Turkish industry. they were all launched at the same time, with the same launch, and they are all four are actually operational. So usually CubeSats are not very successful. Many of you know probably. Success rate is about 50%. But for this mission, three CubeSats that was launched by Turkish industry and institutions were successful. And I'd like to share with you the first images from Images satellite. This was taken from south of Turkey, let's say. This is not Turkey. This is an airport. And this was actually the second image taken by Image. And this is the third one taken by Image. Also another airport south of Turkey. So these are raw images. We need about 2 or 3 months to optimize the sensor, and we need to calibrate the sensor, etc. There are various procedures that we have to run. We expect much better response from the camera and the satellite itself. Actually, we are getting much better performance than we expected, and our customer is quite happy about that. I think hopefully next week our minister will share official first images, but these are the first images for your knowledge. So another ongoing 2 big missions which are part of the Turkish space program is the astronaut and science mission. We are doing this for Turkish Space Agency. We have selected Turkey's first astronauts. 2 astronauts was selected, and they are actually in training at NASA facilities. We will conduct 13 different research projects mostly in material sciences, physical sciences, and life sciences. The plan is 13, but hopefully all 13 will be successful. And after the return of the astronauts, we will perform education and outreach objectives. And IAP-1 is the first lunar research project for Turkey. Actually, it's the first scientific mission for Turkey and also for TÜBİTAK Space. So with this project, we will demonstrate operational capability around the moon. We will operate a satellite around moon for at least 3 months. We will have different payloads. We will gather information, and then we will have a hard landing on moon's surface after the 3-month operation. So this will be our first deep space mission. So our equipments and our procedures will have deep space heritage with this project for the first time. And also we hope to raise awareness in the space and science industries. I think that's my presentation. If there are any questions, maybe I'd like to.
Dr. Gökten, thank you very much for your presentation. Just I would like to ask, you know, in APSCO we are also invited to one of the Chinese lunar research station program recently. And you have IAP program.
Mm-hmm.
In the long run, in 2 years, is there any possibility to contribute to this ILRS project as well? I don't know how much, where, what, how, but would you like to consider?
Well, actually, it's for the space agency to decide most probably. They are also talking to different space agencies around the world, CNSA and NASA included, also ESA, JAXA. Of course, it's a very expensive endeavor if you want to go to moon and if you have human or deep space missions. It's very expensive, so collaboration is necessary. But for the first project, we also have some international collaboration. We have a payload actually from Swedish Astrophysics Institute, and that's also given us for free for this project. We're also procuring different equipments from different companies in Europe and in the US. As I said, it's necessary to be involved in international programs, especially taking into consideration of the cost of these projects, and hopefully in the following projects that we will have more collaboration. But there is some incentive to build a national program to go to moon for the first mission. But the following missions, I hope there will be more collaboration opportunities.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Dr. Utur Toksöz. I'm from Doğuş University, Department of International Relations. I'm also the national coordinator for Turkey at the Moon Village Association. And I started doing research on space politics maybe 15 years ago. When I looked at TÜBİTAK Uzay at that time, there used to be only 3 PhDs. And now I see that you're an associate professor and the whole space ecosystem, let's say, is developing in our country, which makes us, of course, very happy. I was going to ask 2 questions. My first question is, how did you come from a small agency, or let's say a unit within TÜBİTAK with a limited number of PhDs or scientists to today? So what were some of the challenges that you went through? And I was wondering what the division of labor is between the Turkish Space Agency and TÜBİTAK Uzay. Is it like you're more interested in technical or application issues and they take more on the legal and policy sides, or what kind of cooperation or what kind of like divergence are there in your tasks? Thank you.
Yeah, let me answer the second question first. Turkish Space Agency is on an upper level, obviously. We are a research institute, and they are a government organization that is representing Turkey in various organizations. Also, they are in charge of policy and space strategy, and they are also in charge of funding. So, what they do is they fund us for different projects, and so we are only on the technical side. So we are doing research on their behalf. So Turkish Space Agency was not designed to conduct research by itself. So the research part will be on our responsibility. Also, industry will also participate in the research. And how did we become, let's say, successful in the space business in Turkey? So actually we started small with small projects. We started with technology transfer projects, and how to be successful is actually you have to be successful in Turkey. You have to take small steps, and you have to be successful in every mission. So the previous missions, Rasat and Göktürk 2, were a success, and small success will bring you more funding in the end. So with the success of those 2 missions, we had landed to TürkSat 6A and IMECE projects. And we also think about it, if there was one mission that was unsuccessful, what would happen? Probably we will go backwards maybe 10, 20 years. So nobody is ready to accept failure in Turkey. But space business, actually, in space business, everybody should be ready to accept some level of failure. But hopefully we will be successful in the future. We don't want to see the other option, actually. Thank you. Okay. Thanks a lot for your time. Good afternoon.
We would like to thank Mr. Gökten for his presentation. Now I invite Professor Tansel Ak, to the Dean of the Faculty of Science, to present the certificate of participation to Mr. Gökten. Dear guests, as the session chair, I invite the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Professor Dr. Ömer Ekmekçi, to the podium. In this session, a total of 5 papers will be presented, 3 of which will be online. Now, I would like to introduce the esteemed researchers who will present their papers in this session. Ayşe Jorigani, Emma Hurara, Burhanettin Onur Kireçtepe, Sima Moradin Nasap, Feriha Beyza Yavuz, and now I invite them to present their papers. I give the floor to you, Professor.
Dear guests, in this session, we are going to have very interesting presentations regarding space and law. As you all know, the history of the regulations of space is not very old. As a usual consequence of the situation, the field of space law is quite untouched. Okay, thank you. This session aims to fill this gap with its interesting and rich presentations. In this regard, we are going to listen to Ayşe Jorigani first. Her subject is Space Law and APSCO. She is Director General, External Relations and Legal Affairs at Asia-Pacific Space Cooperation Organization, China. Okay. And secondly, I present everyone. Okay. Secondly, Burhanettin Onur Kireçtepe and Alp Eren Tanyeri are going to make a presentation on taxation and space mining. Burhanettin Onur Kireçtepe and Alp Eren Tanyeri from Tokat Gazi Osman Paşa University. Thirdly, Soroka Larissa and Hurova Ana are going to make a presentation on the impact of the political tension on space security and the commercial activity. They are from Scientific Institute of Public Law, National Academy of Sciences, Ukraine. Subsequently, we are going to listen to Seyit Hadi Mahmoudi and Sima Moradinasab. Their presentation subject is the Artemis Accords laying the groundwork for absorbing a new general practice of states in space, use and exploration. Lastly, we are going to finish our session with the presentation. They are from Faculty of Law, Şahit Beheshti University, Tehran, Iran. Lastly, we are going to finish our session with the presentation of Feriha Beyza Yavuz. Her subject is evaluation of the discussions related to the global ocean treaty and protection of the environment in areas outside the jurisdiction of states within the scope of space law. Feriha Beyza Yavuz is from Bursa Uludağ University, Turkey. Okay, as you see, we have a very rich session, but each speaker has only 15 minutes plus 1 minute. Okay. Yes, dear Jorigani, the stage is yours. Okay. Ayşe, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but the voice was a little not clear. So is it a go ahead for me to make the presentation?
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Omar, and thank you to the Istanbul University for organizing this third symposium known as Space Law, Economics and Innovations. And for me, really, it's a great honor to make this presentation on space law and APSCO. And I'm really very much honored. If the organizers allow, may I share my presentation, please? Can you see the presentation?
Sure.
Okay. So,
Samimi olduk.
Yes.
Diye, ne yapalım? İçimizden geldi Ayşe olunca.
Yes, here I was asked by the organizers to present an overview of space and how APSCO as a regional organization is playing a role. But since we are having this session with the students and the professors and also with the professionals working in the field of space and policy, I would initially like to set up a floor and let's start by saying something about the development of outer space and global governance, in order to understand that what is the reason that the regional space agencies need to play an important role in the development of a space law and policy. So here is a glance at how space overall has developed through the decades. And just in a glance, it is to give an idea to the audience that in 1957, with the launch of the first artificial satellite, very fast in 60s, 70s, we saw the huge development of the space technology, right from sending the first artificial satellite to sending the first human in space just in one decade in 1961, and landing the moon, landing the first manned moon orbital launch, and then finally the first moon landing within 1969. Then there was a fast development of space stations considered as the laboratories in space to do experimentations and acquire more technical knowledge on how space can be more beneficial and useful to the world. And this was the era from 1917 onwards, the fast development of space technology, and also the very fast development of the realization that space is not only a race between the two superpowers to show that how technologically they are developed. It was now the realization that a space could be of huge benefit for the human beings on the Earth. And this was the decade when space applications started to develop. And from 1980s to 1990s, this was the era when we see more space applications, popularization in every sector, in every field. Particularly, it revolutionized the whole communication sector, the way human beings were communicating with each other, and the world has started to communicate through the help of these satellite communication, navigation, and then remote sensing. Then 2000 was the era when the private sector started to feel that this sector has a huge potential for generating economy. And from 2000 onwards, we see that how private sector has started to emerge in this field. And in last 2 decades, we cannot deny the fact that space privatization and the private sector has started now to get more involved. And in upcoming 2 or 3 decades, this would be the sector which would be dominating the space applications, development, and even the new innovation and technologies. So here's a glance at how space is nowadays inculcated in your daily lives, right from your travel and lifestyle, whether it is about home-to-home television services, you're working and traveling around the world through cruise ships, travel reservations, satellite radios, satellite telephones, locating the things and maps on your routine, home to work office or home to any other place using the GPS systems. We see space application in every sector. These slides give you a glance. The white area below down, the green area shows you the areas or sectors where space applications are happening. The white area shows you the applications of these space assets and applications on Earth. The blue area shows you the space applications in the outer space. So amazing applications and services and products we are using every day in space, whether it's your daily life, whether it's a government using the space for good governance, for monitoring weather, for even e-votings, for communications, for disaster management, for population forecasting, to even retail finance and corporate services, that is your day-to-day communication, your bank transactions. Furthermore, space is not only limited to individuals and providing governments this chance to do their better governance, it also is a crucial element nowadays in providing logistics and manufacturing in the transportation sector. Furthermore, the national security of the countries is now too much reliable also on the space assets. In fact, it has been said that if a country is a nuclear power, it is inevitable for a country to also become a space power. So all your military reliance is also on the latest technology-based assets, which are all space-related. Furthermore, in science, biotechnology, even in healthcare. So these two slides are here to just show you the immense applications that space is giving to us, and also benefits, and the scope is increasing every day. Now with this increase of the scope, since 1957 until now, more than 11,000 space objects which are only registered. Here the number which are not registered officially with the United Nations office is not included. So more than 11,000 space objects have already been launched, and the number is growing every day. Just in 1957, it was the two superpowers who were competing with each other and sending space assets. Now today, more than 80 countries have space assets in outer space. Furthermore, in 2021, according to the annual report of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, only in just 1 year, 31 states organizations registered 1,936 space objects. And the surprising thing is this is double the number than 2020 and 4 times the number of 2019. So just within 2 years, the number from around 400 to 500 has increased to 1,936. And nonetheless, just in the first quarter of 2022, more than 1,000 space objects and satellites were launched. So this gives you a glance as a researcher, as a professional, as a space law expert, that how fast this technology is growing, how fast the space objects are being launched, how fast the private sector is tapping this industry of $464 billion US, which is supposed to increase even by $100 billion in just 1 year. So this aspect gives the space lawyers a great concern that the level of political, economic, and investment being done in the space technology has made the space sector as one of the pillars of the modern society. This also is a thought process for the policy makers to understand that how space is providing them invaluable data and information that can help them to make fast decisions in policy areas. And because the number of countries that are involving in the space are growing every day, so the responsibility of the government in terms of dealing with the private sector, commercialization, and the legal issues involved to deal with the various and complex stakeholders is immense. And here comes the space law role. So the space law and policy is the field which deals with all of these areas, that how do we make sure that the governments perform in a better way, not only to manage their own space programs, not only to take maximum benefits from the space assets, but also to make sure that their assets, their programs, their applications, and their stakeholders are also safe from the other competitors in the world and from the other threats. And therefore, at the international level, we do see that there has been a gradual increase of international space governance system. So these are the 5 international bodies that deal with the space law-related affairs. That includes UNGA, ITU dealing with radio communication, Interagency on Space Debris Coordination, Committee on Earth Observations, and Interagency Operations Advisory Group. So these are working at the global level. But also a new trend has started to emerge, and that is the establishment of the regional mechanisms. European Space Agency is one of the oldest examples, which is a regional mechanism on promoting space science, technology development, and research. Then APSCO is another very formal treaty-based intergovernmental organization mechanism. We have some other informal mechanisms also working, such as APRSF, which is non-treaty based, but just a platform to exchange ideas on how developing countries can work together in the Asia-Pacific region. But a new trend that we see is emerging to have regional organizations in the Arab region, in the African region, in the Latin American region. Every of this region is now aiming at to form a formal regional mechanism to work. And this can be said from the emerging trends that the regional organizations have to play a very crucial role, probably because of the fact that the regional organizations can provide a platform where countries with a similar socio-economic backgrounds, similar socio-economic conditions and issues can work together and boost each other space programs and indigenous capability. So with this background, the APSCO was established in 2008. It's an international intergovernmental organization, which means the governments have to endorse or ratify the treaties or accede to the treaties, which is known as the Convention of the APSCO. The whole objective of APSCO is to promote multilateral cooperation in all aspects, all domains of space, including science, technology, application, advanced research, space law, and policy. China is the host country, and we have our headquarters located in Beijing, China. We also enjoy the full diplomatic status in China, which means that the international staff are working from the member states of APSCO in China. They have full diplomatic status. At the moment, we have 12 members. These include 8 full members, which are Bangladesh, China, Iran, Mongolia, Pakistan, Peru, Thailand, and Turkey. We have Indonesia and Egypt as associate members and signatory. Also, we have observer category under which Mexico is an observer, and there is another intergovernmental organization known as ISNET, Inter-Islamic Network on Space Sciences and Technology. Besides full memberships, APSCO has this cooperative mechanism to sign MOUs and agreements with various international organizations, and we do this cooperative partnership to enhance the cooperation for the member states of APSCO. APSCO has a long history of preparation. I must say here that the leaders were very visionary to realize this ideology in 1988, that yes, there is a need for a regional agency in the Asia and Pacific region. This region is extremely important in terms of the facts that, number one, it is the largest region in terms of land area it covers. It is the largest area, region in terms of population. And also it is the largest region in terms of having the socio-economic problems. So this region has a great potential for space applications, and a space application is something which can make a space program sustainable. So the leaders and visionaries in Asia-Pacific regions, particularly the founding countries of China, Pakistan, and Thailand, they came up with this idea to have a multilateral forum here, so that we can focus on our own issues, use this region to help each other to boost our space programs, and find the indigenous solutions for our problems. With this ambition, it was established in 2005, and still APSCO is a young organization. We just celebrated our 10 years of formation in 2018, and this year we will be celebrating our 15 years. The whole idea of this organization is to pool up the resources, whether technical, financial, or human resources, and help each other to develop our space capabilities indigenously through multiplying the benefits. Now, what is the ideology of multiplying the benefit? It is based on the facts that if one country in Asia or Pacific region, which is a developing region, has put up enough money to develop something, do some research, or build up something, then through the regional platform, they can share this achievement with other member countries, help them to bring up their space programs at a certain level, and save the time and money, which is very crucial to compete in the international market, particularly at the international level, because this region somehow has lagged behind. And this is how, working through the regional mechanism, we can enhance the capabilities. Also, one of the core objectives of APSCO is to promote the industrialization and the industry of the developing countries or newly spacefaring countries. This is very important element, particularly in the current age, where we know that the space sector cannot be a sustainable space sector in any country without the support of the local industry. So if a country wants to have a very strong and sustainable space program, they need to develop that take initiatives to educate their industry how they can contribute to the space development. With this little background here is just a glance. I would not go into the detail. I would discuss more about the law initiatives that we are taking care of. But APSCO has a huge platform available for doing cooperative projects and activities under the space science and application domain. We have more than 15 to 20 projects going on at the moment. We also have established different networks. We call them data sharing networks. We call them small multi-mission satellite ground constellation. These networks gives the idea that if one country has one resource, I'll share here the example of data sharing. So we have this database of satellite data sharing, and the data from Chinese satellite is donated here. The other countries who want to donate their satellite data also donate the satellite data here. And then through APSCO platform, we provide this data to countries for various projects, for education purpose, for research purpose, and it's totally free of cost. So through this networks, we try to enhance the capability of member states and then provide free of cost these data available at the platform. We also have some technology projects going on at the moment, and the basic focus is also on the development of the capabilities and capacity of member states. So we have a whole dedicated department of education and training working on to provide degree education programs, and these include master's and PhD fully funded scholarships available through APSCO platform to our member states. Currently, we have this agreement with the top 5 technical universities, aerospace technology universities in China, and we are trying to bring up more universities from other member states. And besides these degree education program, under which on average every year one country gets around 12 to 15 master's scholarship and 3 to 5 full funded PhD scholarships in various fields related to space. We also focus on providing hands-on training to the professionals and to young generation. So we are covering 3 tiers of the young generations. Number 1 is the school level students, college level and university level students. For such kind of students, that let's say for a school we have space sciences, schools, summer camps, and competitions for college level students, and then for university students we more focus on providing hands-on training, such as under the small student satellite. The Alliance of the Universities were working together to indigenously develop the small satellites, involve students to work and learn how to develop a satellite, practically develop the satellite and even launch. And then focus on developing the professionals. So detailed on-site hands-on training is provided to professionals working in this field. Now, after this overview, from here onwards, I would focus on what we do for space law and policy and why do we need to work on a space law and policy. In the first 10 years of APSCO, our basic focus in this field was to give training courses to some professionals working in the space law and policy areas. And then in 2016, we initiated a degree program providing master's degree in the space law and policy to our member states. But when we completed the first decade of operation in 2020, we as an organization realized that we need to have a long-term strategy now. As a regional organization, our goal to enhance the popularity, awareness of the importance of the space law and policy, awareness about the global governance of the space should be increased among our member states. It's also a fact that many, in fact all of our member states do not have, except for China, professional institutes or professional technical universities providing dedicated trainings or dedicated courses or degrees in space law and policy. And therefore there is a lack of professional capability within the member state within itself to guide them about how to develop national legislation or policies or have your own rules and mechanisms to operate space sector. With this vision, we developed the APSCO strategy for a space law and policy in 2020, which was approved by the APSCO Council, the highest decision-making body of the APSCO. And under that strategy, we have 11 focused areas where we are focusing currently.
Sorry, last 2 minutes, unfortunately.
I'm sorry?
Last 2 minutes. Okay?
The time is up. Okay, just 2 moments.
Thank you so much.
I'll go through quickly. So under that strategy, we are working with UNOSA for development of the national legislation for our member states. It's a year-long activity. I will not go here into detail, but I would like to just mention here that recently we have taken this initiative of establishing APSCO Space Law Alliance. It is a network of all the institutions to work together to promote space law and policy and activities. We just had this realization in the first meeting where we invited the top universities in China working together. Then in the second meeting, we had 38 institutions from our 8 member countries who showed their interest to work together. And so far, we have 4 meetings of this alliance, and we have approval from the APSCO Council to submit this proposal as terms of reference rules, how this alliance will operate. And we plan to inaugurate this alliance at the end of this year. We believe that under this mechanism, it would be a great opportunity for different universities to work together and utilize this APSCO platform of the space law and alliance to tap any of the activities that I'm showing on the screen, share information, participate in each of the conferences, exchange ideas, open joint research, conferences, publications, support to each other by providing scholarships and encourage sharing of information and knowledge and materials. So we have this 12 activities highlighted under which 48 institutions are joining together this alliance and work together to promote the entire work of APSCO member countries and APSCO as an organization to enhance the awareness about the space law and policy and how this sector can contribute to the development of space in our countries. With this slide, moderator Ms. Dr. Umar, I would like to end, and maybe a few things I can clarify in the question-answer session. I'm sorry for the little more time I have taken.
Thank you so much. Evet, secondly, Mr. Kireçtepe and Mr. Tanyeri, the stage is yours. You have the same time.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
No problem.
Thank you. I just want to show my presentation.
Okay.
It is active now. Hello, my name is Burhanettin Kireçtepe. Me and my colleague Alperen Tanyeri is trying to describe the taxation of space mining. First of all, as all we know, the natural resources on our planet are getting closer to the point of depletion. And for this reason, various initiatives are being taken in areas such as energy, industry, and economy to get rid of a bottleneck that will be entered. Also, with the development of space technologies, space mining, which is no longer a distant goal now, can be considered a new hope for humanity. But for this, many conditions must be met to this hope become a reality. And one of the conditions of this to create, in order to fulfill these conditions, it is vital for space to make accurate regulations in both national and international law. We just try to analyze the taxation in this topic. not the whole space mining for international law. So what is space mining? Space mining can be defined as the whole of the activities carried out from the moment of launch in order to obtain economic benefits from the materials to be obtained from space objects. In this respect, the main element in space mining in international law, it is seen that there is no norm that explicitly authorizes or prohibits this activity. The most crucial source in international law for space activities is the Outer Space Treaty of 1967. With this treaty, all states were granted freedom for exploration and scientific studies. And also it is recognized that the interest of states that have yet to reach the economic or scientific development level yet. And if it is becoming a sufficient level to carry out these activities should be considered. And the Moon Agreement also we have, a Moon Agreement, was signed 12 years after the Outer Space Treaty, but the Moon Agreement is not strong enough or not strong as Outer Space Treaty, we can say that. The Moon Agreement stipulates that the Moon and the celestial bodies in the solar system are the common heritage of mankind. Essentially, the concept of common heritage of humankind implies the need for strict control over the economic activities to be carried out, as in the case of the deep seabed. The legal subcommittee of the Committee of the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space established within the UN established the working group on the general exchange of views of potential legal models for activities in exploration, which will act on a 5-year plan to close this gap in international law. The international legal community eagerly awaits the results of this working group. Also, we can look at the attributes of the states, and it is seen that a group of states led by the USA joined the Artemis Consensus and introduced regulations in their domestic laws that indicate the necessity of approving the encouraging space mining. The basic principle to be achieved with the Artemis Consensus is that the private law persons and states should be able to carry out economic activities in space and should not hinder each other. So that's why we need taxing the space mining. That's why we need the tax. And there is a question when you when you state that we need the tax and we need taxing space mining. The potential question is who should tax space mining? We just said the outer space also considered as a common heritage of humanity in Moon Agreement. But we saw also the deep seabed is a second place recognized as a common heritage of humanity. In order to carry out commercial operations on the deep seabed, permission must be obtained from the International Seabed Authority. A similar situation exists for space, where an authority already needs to be authorized or notified for activities such as satellite deployment in space. So we have already an authority for international, for outer space activities. This authority could also be tasked with authorizing and collecting taxes for mining activities in deep space, or for us it is more ideal solution. We should create a UN authority with a treaty and also give it an authority to authorize only for space mining, such as we should say it's Deep Space Authority or any possible name for it. and should be established under the UN, and the power related to space mining, including taxation, should be delegated to this authority. And the other question, who should pay this tax? We already know, according to classical international law, only states could be the subjects of international law. However, this situation has changed today, and individuals can also be subjects of international law, albeit to a more limited extent. Accordingly, there are two options for the taxation of space mining. The first is for the individuals to apply and pay to the country they are subject to. The second option is to make individuals the subject of international law in the case of space mining. In this case, the rational option is for the company that will carry out the activity itself to carry out all transactions with the authority, including the authorization process. It is also ideal in fiscal law for the company that carries out the activity, keep its accounting and calculates its profitability to pay taxes directly. So, how to tax? We have two proposals on space mining, one for fee and one for tax. The first of the proposal is a fee to be paid by companies wishing to engage in space mining. Together with the application, they will make to obtain the necessary authorization before starting their activities. This fee can be cascaded according to the size and distance of the space object and the minerals value to be mined. Also, we have a proposal for tax, and the tax is actually the easier one in this situation. The tax consists of taxing the financial profit from space mining at a global corporate tax rate recommended by the OECD. Here, the accounting of the everyday expenses of the company, such as general administrative expenses, can be resolved to establish fiscal practices. And I think it is the more problematic area. How should income be shared? If we agree, or if we somehow create an international space agency with taxation authority, there will be money which need to be spent. The spending or sharing revenue is as much a matter of fiscal law as its collection. Especially when it comes to sharing international revenue, many different methods can be proposed. We will propose 4 potential solutions indicating their pros and cons. As you can see, all the solutions here, they have some pros and some cons about it. The first one is probably the easiest one to implicate. Allocating in order of GDP with the country with the highest GDP receiving the largest share. The most significant advantage of this proposal is that it will ensure that the more technologically advanced countries with the highest potential for space mining will be more willing to tax space mining internationally. The disadvantage of this proposal is that the higher share of the more developed countries would widen rather than close the development gap between developed and developing countries. The second one is the allocating the largest share to countries with the lowest GDP in order of GDP. The advantage of this proposal is that it contributes the increase in the development rate of developing countries. However, this proposal carries a risk that countries with a high potential for space mining may hesitate to become a party to an agreement in this direction. The third opinion, the third alternative is allocating according to population, with the highest population receiving the highest share. The basic premise of this proposal is that if space is the common heritage of humankind, it is necessary to distribute the income from it equally to all people to the extent possible. If possible, every living person should be allocated a share, and the share should be invested collectively in the country of citizenship or residence. One of the major disadvantages of this proposal is the risk that countries with low population but high technology may not favor the agreement. Another disadvantage is that it would not be considered very fair for countries with high populations but lacking the technology for space mining to take the lion's share in the distribution. And the fourth proposition we can find is direct authority spending in specific areas. This should be called another solution, which has the authority to collect taxes, should also have the authority to make expenditures limited to various specific areas. But the main disadvantage of the solution is that it would require a more expensive bureaucracy. In many cases, the bureaucrats of both the country where the investment is made and the bureaucrats of the authority in the same position will be one of the reasons for the increase in bureaucracy costs. At the same time, the fact that the investment is not made locally, but by international authority may also increase the cost of the service and the product. Also, the biggest problem is that countries that are very sensitive, even in the transfer of taxation authority, are unlikely to be a part to an international agreement regulating direct investments in their country. The advantage of giving such an investment authorization to the authority is reducing corruption problems, especially in the least developed countries. In addition, direct investments, especially in the 5 fields of education and technology, will directly impact a significant increase in the human development in the size of these countries. As a conclusion, our current technology needs to be improved for space mining activities. However, the increasing momentum of technology pushes us to make legal arrangements for space mining today. The regulation of space mining, which has the potential to be very profitable in economic terms, in a way that will benefit all humanity, will also prevent potential conflicts. With the fair taxation of space mining, the gap between the global north and the global south will be prevented from widening. Thank you for listening to our presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation and using the time adequately. Thank you very much. By the way, dear guests, because of the administrative duties, Professor Ekmekci had to leave, and that's for the reason I just took the stage, and I will go on moderating the session. My name is Volkan Aslan. I'm Vice Dean of the Law Faculty, and I'm also working on the Constitutional Law Department. So thank you very much again for joining our session. The next presentation is going to be held by Sayed Hadi Mahmoudi and Sima Moradi Nasab. But currently you are alone, so you are going to make it alone? Okay, perfect. And the subject of the presentation is, I'm sorry, you are the fourth, sorry. The next one is Soroka Larissa and Kurova Anna, and they are going to make a presentation on the impact of the political tension on space security and the commercial activity. Sorry for confusing. So they are going to make their presentation online, and they also have 15 minutes. So dear Soroka and Horova, you hear me, don't you?
Thank you.
Okay, then you can start. Thank you very much. You have 15 minutes totally.
Okay, thank you so much.
First of all, I thank you for invitation. It's a great honor to both of us, Larissa Stroka and I, to participate in this seminar. And also, I need to apologize according to absence of Ms. Soroka, because now we have in Kyiv area alert and she cannot participate. But I will present our work. The topic of our presentation is the impact of the political tension on this space security and commercial activity. The plan is, first of all, we explain some examples of the political tension in space. After that, we'll reveal the nuance of balance of principles of distinction and proportionality, which now is the key principles that can pose in danger the space activity according to some malicious activities in space. After that, we'll review the impact of the space security on the commercial space activity and some suggestions. So, it was 100 years ago that war was recognized as usual, as politics by other means. But is it now? It's still inactual, this idea. Paragraph 4 of Article 4 of United Nations Charter obliged to refrain in international relations from the threat of use of force. So this idea was shifted to the backdrop of the public policy. But it was not forgotten, unfortunately. The concept of preventive or preemptive war are still actual. Nevertheless, the principle of unilateral preventive war considered as unlawful and illegitimate under the international law, and also strategically risky and extremely damaging to long-term international stability. The concept of preventive war and its consequences for international relations now is in the air, and some tendencies of this idea in the minds and hearts of the public we can see in such tendencies. For example, on the political level, we have the creation of national space forces, challenges of space resource sharing. For example, previous presentation a little bit touched this question, and the traditional recognition of the space as a positional post providing to the control of national security by the control over the nuclear arm, for example. Also, the same idea push us to tendencies on the academic level. For example, elaboration of the McGill, Tallinn, Vulnerable manuals concerning the rules of war in the space. Also, we have the definition elaborated by the International Committee of Red Cross. It means the military operation in outer space is related to manifested with the aim or expectation of the disruption, destroying, or invalidating of space system. Let's see some recent examples of the political tension, non-responsible behavior in space, or aggressive acts. The first one, we can mention the exchange of the note verbal between China and USA concerning two collision avoidance maneuvering of China Space Station and Starlink constellation. And the second one, it's the situation when Russian Doktora satellite released the mother satellites and turn ejected it look more missile than look harmless. Also, we have aggressive act. It was the cyber attack 24 February 2022 against commercial satellite communication network KSAT, which disrupt Ukrainian command and control during the Russian invasion into Ukraine, and also some Starlink jamming caused by link delays. In the international communication, at this level, we have open-ended working group on the responsible behavior in space, and it was a little bit as a sensation when the Russian delegation, in the response of some of the actions of some private remote sensing providers like Maxar, Capellas, ISI, and other that provided some satellite data to Ukraine. Russian delegation said that indirect involvement of such surveillance, including commercial infrastructure in outer space for military purpose, make it quasi-surveillance, so it may become a legitimate target for retaliation. But there is a nuance in this situation. This data was provided not only for military purpose, but primarily to surveillance, to protect civilians and to prove the crimes. And a lot of international organizations, for example, OECD, prove it. And the satellites providing such type of information cannot be deemed as a neutral as well as military in the pure sense. So we need to use the extensive understanding of such definition like nature, location, purpose, use, make an effective contribution to military action and definite military advantage according to the Article 52 of Additional Protocol to the Geneva Convention that make some satellites or some services as military. But according to the international humanitarian law, we have some weak spots concerning the application to the space activity because the application of principle of distinction and proportionality fails to adequately provide protection for use of space for civil purposes because the definition of current application are based on the historical application of kinetic warfare. Attempt to extensive interpretation lead to suggestions that we estimate as incapable to mitigate the threats to space security, like recognizing as permissible the attack that use technologies providing jamming or spoofing on telecommunication of navigation satellite, as well as dazzle or blind the remote sensing satellite because they don't create space debris. Also, assigning the responsibility to the attacker to estimate an effective contribution to military operation in the circumstances in real time and to cancel, suspend, or reschedule the attack when the target recognized as no longer used for military purpose or is specially protected. So, such question rises how unclearance make influence on the price of space service and investment in the commercial space activity, and also which legal and political tool we can use to improve the situation. For response to these questions, we used the theory of independent decision of Thomas Schelling as a theoretical model. This concept was elaborated as a model to improve in communication between actors in a conflict situation when nobody can gain victory, but should take into consideration their rational estimation of the situation as well as the psychological aspect of the behavior in the changing situation that push them to coordinate their action. It's the concept of the theory of games, but a lot of politicians use it to the political communication. In this context, suggesting the solution here in our presentation, we mean the solution to elaborate legal norms and procedures. It's necessary to consider what is it the individuals who comprise the system do and how it is that their actions at large produce the patterns we see. Then we can try to evaluate whether, at least according to what the individuals are trying to do, and the resulting pattern is in some way responsive to their intention. The impact of the threat of space security on commercial space activity, we have this some focuses of this impact. For example, current legal and factual challenges to ensure physical and cybersecurity, least rise expenses, reversible in economic benefit for the defense sector, and more risky in the other sectors. Also, diverse business models and customer-oriented approach depend on the value of ensuring sovereignty and resisting to malicious threats to the space infrastructure and national jurisdiction. Also, we depicted that the passive benefits of one space actor from activity of other to rise security of certain orbits, as well as aggravating other orbits, but by non-prohibited irresponsible behavior may be inserted into the economic assessment of each space business model as a condition of their activities. And in the conscientious space, the lack of updated international rules around the space activity increase the risk of potential crash. So, which principles and rules, which idea we need to put in the principles and rules to make better, make more progressive, and to make more safe and sustainable space activity. We suggest such of them that multilateral framework that should be led by universal commercial activity that exclude possibility to gain payoff only one state or coalition state against other. Ecology-oriented oppositely to the customer economy on the Earth. Space economy less supported by natural environment, but more depend on as well as consequences of unsustainable economy faster create threats to their existence. And also large-scale cross-stakeholder common assessment of general impact of all space activity on the base of two-tier sensible or non-sensible space situation awareness system. Also, we suggest some open data sharing paradigm that now in some level exists according to the exchange of information, remote sensing information concerning disasters, natural and and other disasters, but it's not sufficient for prevent some tension and some conflicts. We know that it's very easy to suggest some ideas, and it's very hard to realize them, but it's these basic ideas that without which it will be very difficult to ensure the space sustainability. Here we can you can see our bibliography that we used in our research, and that's all. We are very happy to communicate with you, and if you will have some questions or suggestions, we are open to discuss it. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, Anna Hurova, for your presentation, and also thank you very much for sacrificing your time under very difficult conditions, I can imagine, in Ukraine now.
Thank you.
And if there will be any question, we can take them at the end of the session. Thanks again. Now, the turn is Sima Moradina-Saps. She is going to make a presentation on the Artemis Accords, laying the groundwork for absorbing a new general practice of states in space use and exploration. So, dear Moradina-Sap, like the other ones, you also have 15 minutes, and stage is yours.
Thank you. And I have a slide, if share it. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Sima Moradinasab, and I'm a PhD student of Public International Law at Sydney University, and I want to present my paper, which was prepared by my professor, Dr. Said Hadi Mahmoudi. And our presentation entitled The Artemis Accords, Laying the Groundwork for Absorbing a New General Practice of States in Space Use and Exploration.
Sorry, do you have your presentation on USB stick or something like this?
Sent.
Okay, then probably they are arranging now. Okay, perfect.
So I continue on. Okay. As an introduction, some preliminary considerations should be reviewed. You know that the Artemis Accords was signed on 13 October 2020 between the United States and some other states, and they have some main goals. The main and primary goal of the Artemis Accord is to land the next man and the first woman on and around the moon. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And as another goal, I can refer to ensure and promote the sustainable human exploration in outer space. However, the hypothesis of my presentation is that the Artemis Accords indeed intend to absorb a new general practice of states which may be incompatible with the Moon Agreement. In doing so, two main questions will be answered. The first one is that to what extent and how can the Artemis Accords be successful in absorbing a new general practice of states which may be incompatible with the Moon Agreement? And the second question is that to what extent the concerns and benefits of developing states who are even party of the Artemis Accords may be negatively affected by these general practice of states. So my presentation consists of three main sections. The Artemis Accords, as the NASA's initiative, was signed between the United States and other states, 20 states. And it have 13 provisions dealing with the land of the next man and the first woman on the moon. And the accords fully represent the diversity of membership because it includes both developing and developed states. Originally, the accords was signed between 8 states, mostly from developed states, such as the United States, the United Kingdom, Japan, Canada, Luxembourg, and the United Arab Emirates. In the second phase, some other states, and mostly developing states, joined the accords, such as the Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, Romania, Singapore, and Mexico, and other states. Although, at least in the first place, it can infer that the Accords is completely in line with the provisions of the space law instruments such as the Outer Space Treaty, the Rescue Agreement, the Registration Convention, and the Liability Convention. We can understand that some new concepts are introduced by the Accords, which may deviate from the provisions of the Moon Agreement, and also the original interpretation of the non-appropriation principle set forth in the OSD. One example is the provision of the accords which provide that the extraction of space resources does not inherently constitute national appropriation under Article 2 of the OSD. No doubt that the Artemis Accords is regarded as a soft law instrument, and both the negotium, I mean the content of the accords, as well as the instrumentum, I mean the form of the accords, were softened by the drafters. This being said, the mere acceptance of the accords will not necessarily create any hard obligation for the parties of the Artemis Accords. However, by the implementation of the accords by their member states, and if the practice of these members are in line with the features of the general practice of states under international law, the situation will be different. Because we can see that a new and also controversial general practice of states may be emerged. And this conclusion and this hypothesis may be strengthened by the non-customary nature of the Moon Agreement. The Moon Agreement signed in 1979 includes solely 18 member states from both developing and developed states, such as Turkey, France, Netherlands, Saudi Arabia, and other states. And this non-customary nature of the Moon Agreement contribute to absorbing a new general practice of states. And this means that the non-binding arrangement of the accords may be changed to the binding arrangement due to the emergence of a new and controversial customary rule of international space law. However, the question is that whether the current practice of states which are parties to the accords are in line with the features of the general practice of states under international law or not. In doing so, we should take a particular account to the two-element approach which was taken into consideration by both the International Law Commission and the ICJ. In the North Sea continental shelf case, the ICJ held that for creation a new rule of customary international law, both elements should be found. The first one is the state practice, including especially affected states. And the second one is the opinio juris of states, which means the general recognition that a rule of law or legal obligation is involved. Furthermore, the ICJ reaffirmed that this state practice of states should have both extensive and uniform. The extensive general practice of states means that all states who are regarded as especially affected states should participate in the implementation of the certain rule or obligation. For example, in the area of space law, there is no doubt that all of the Artemis Accords members are regarded as especially affected states. What I mean by that is we cannot evaluate the general practice of states without taking into consideration the activities of these member states. We can also understand the concept of the especially affected states by the view of the Scholl Dovischer, who is the famous jurist in international law. And he stated that there are always some who mark the soil more deeply because of their weight. And it means that their power under international law or international community, or because of their interest in their international community. However, we cannot overlook the activities of some states such as Russia and China that are considered as especially affected states, and they also state and represent their opposition with the accords. For instance, the Russia stated that the Artemis Accords are too US-centric, or for example, China observed that this practice by the United States is in pursuit of the colonization and claiming sovereignty over the moon. So we can see that under current circumstances of space activities, we can infer that the first feature of general practice of states, i.e. the extension of this practice, can be found. On the other side, the process of adopting some domestic laws with regard to commercial mining by the United States, Luxembourg, and other states show that we can step towards uniform practice too. And in this regard, I can refer to the asylum case, which the ICJ held that the practice of states should not be uncertain, fluctuated, or contradict. However, we know that, as ICJ held in the fisheries case, too much importance need not be attached to some uncertainties or fluctuation. So I can conclude here that if the general practice of the Artemis Accords be added by the second element, i.e. the opinio juris of states as the subjective element, there is a risk for creation of a new and controversial customary rule of international space law, because this rule can be incompatible with the provisions of the Moon Agreement, and the provisions of the Moon Agreement can be overlooked by this new practice of states. And also some challenges can be posed for some certain states. For example, suppose that there are some states who are parties to the Artemis Accord and the Moon Agreement, such as Australia, Saudi Arabia, and Mexico also. And these states, by joining to the Artemis Accords, indeed overlook their obligations under the Moon Agreement. An interesting point is that Saudi Arabia has withdrawn from the Moon Agreement after joining to the Artemis Accords. And also other states such as Australia and Mexico can take the same position. On the other side, there are some states such as France and Romania who have signed the accords but have not ratified, who have signed the Moon Agreement, excuse me, but have not ratified it yet. About these states also, under Article 18 of the Vienna Convention on the Law of the Treaties, the activities of those states who have signed one treaty or certain treaty but not ratified it should be compatible with the provisions of the treaty. But if these states join the accords, it means that they ignore their obligations under the Moon Agreement. And the third section of my presentation deals with the threatened interests and benefits of developing states by emerging a new general practice of states. You know, there are some developing states such as Iran, Pakistan, who want to benefit from outer space as well as developed states. And joining the accords and creation a new general practice of states may aggravate the gap between developing states and developed one. Okay. There's the silence of these developing states reasonably means that they tacitly accept this new general practice of states. So not only the implementation of the accords is discouraged by these states, but also they should verbally react. To save the time, I just tell the conclusion, and I want to say that, firstly, the implementation of the accords through adopting domestic laws by the United States, Luxembourg, and other states mirror the constant and uniform state practice. And also, the activities of these especially affected states means that this emerging practice of states is being formed by the especially affected states. So the accumulation of this practice and opinion jurists of other states reasonably lead to creation of a new customary rule of international space law. So there is a risk for developing states to benefit equally from other states. So it would be better to verbally react and show their opposition with the accords to be regarded as persistent objectors under international law and international space law as well. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much, Sima Moradinasa, for this interesting presentation. We can also take the questions and the comments at the end of the session. And now we are just turning back to Feriha Beyza Eryavuz's presentation, and it will be on the evaluation of the discussions related to the Global Ocean Treaty and the protection of the environment in areas outside the jurisdiction of states within the scope of space law. Yes, stage is yours.
Distinguished participants, you are distinguished indeed because you made it to the last presentation. First of all, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Feriha, and I'm graduated from Istanbul Üniversitesi Law School in 2021, and I'm currently a research assistant at Bursa Üniversitesi Public International Law Department. And while I was a student, I participated in many conferences during this hall, but I never imagined myself as a presenter. So it's exciting and terrifying too, but it's really amazing to be in here. Okay, my topic is actually about the environmental protection in the areas beyond national jurisdiction, and especially in the context of Global Ocean Treaty and space law regulations. Well, basically what I will do, the present structure is that, well, the basic thing I want to do is to compare the space law regulations and the Global Ocean Treaty's draft agreement, because there's a draft agreement of the Global Ocean Treaty, and for the following of the presentation, I will just call it a draft agreement rather than its big name. So when I say the draft agreement, you can directly understand the Global Ocean Treaty draft agreement. Okay, so first of all, I would like to mention about the importance of the Global Ocean Treaty, and I will keep it simple because I have a limited time. Well, Global Ocean Treaty is actually important because the high seas and the oceans actually occupy the very wide range of area in the Earth. And to be able to build a more sustainable climate change resilience or climate change fight regime in the international area, we need to start with a wide range of areas, basically. So beginning with the oceans is a very good start for all humanity, because we are seeking for hard law regulations in environmental protection, and Global Ocean Treaty is a very good start for that. And first of all, I would like to touch upon a little about the jurisdiction, what is jurisdiction actually is, because the most common term that used in the draft agreement of the Global Ocean Treaty is the areas beyond national jurisdiction. Well, it's always calling, especially to high seas, that areas beyond national jurisdiction, and then in the following of the article it says that some states have certain obligations, so like providing periodic reports or supervising the activities. And these states are the states who have the jurisdictional authority over that activity. So how is that actually happening? Well, states actually give this answer long before this agreement, but it's actually more complicated than it looks. First of all, jurisdiction actually defines in the broad and narrow senses. The broad sense is any use of a regulatory power, which is kind of a very basic definition to use the jurisdiction. But the first discussion with the jurisdiction actually related to the Lotus case that we're all familiar with. In the Lotus case, ICJ basically brings a principle and says, well, if the international law doesn't bring any restriction for states, then states can use their jurisdiction freely. But this actually, can we really apply this today to outer space, for example? It's basically not. When we look at outer space regulation and other space authorities, it can see that there is not. So it's actually a criticized idea anyway, but this idea actually about states' territorial integrity. So within their own territories, own airspace, and own territorial waters, states have their own jurisdiction and they can freely use it. But in high seas, or space, or Antarctica, they can only use their jurisdiction if the international law permits them. So there are two dimensions. In their territory, they can use freely, but outside their territorial authority, they can only use their jurisdiction when international law gives them permits. But for high seas, who has the jurisdictional authority? First of all, let me just define you about what is actually global ocean. The draft agreement means with the areas beyond national jurisdiction. It defines this at the first article of the draft agreement, and it says the areas beyond jurisdiction means the high seas and the area. Well, we all know what is the high seas is, but agreement didn't say anything about the area. I mean, what is the area? The area, yeah. It sounds like important, but it doesn't define it. So it's probably meaning the marine protected areas, which is regulated under the third chapter of the Global Ocean Treaty. So for high seas, the treaty also doesn't define who has the jurisdictional authority. So we need to understand it by looking at the UN clause, because Global Ocean Treaty is the implementation agreement of the UN clause. And UN clause basically says us that we all know that the states who own the jurisdictional authority is the state whose ship is registered or have the nationality. And nationality is usually defined by registration. Registration is so important when we try to understand the jurisdictional authority in the areas beyond national jurisdiction, because states with via registration carrying out their jurisdiction to that places. But is it really that simple? Well, let's look at the Global Ocean Treaty's jurisdiction. Like I said, it doesn't define jurisdiction, but when we look at the UN clause, we can say that the registered state of the ship, of the activity, has a jurisdictional authority. Well, but what kind of a jurisdiction is that? There are different types of jurisdiction, which basically defines in two areas, like territorial jurisdiction and extraterritorial jurisdiction. But extraterritorial jurisdiction have its own types either. And extraterritorial jurisdiction types can be very controversial, because especially for the jurisdiction arising from the registration is really complex. Some of the doctrinal opinions calls it quasi-territorial jurisdiction, which is basically mean that over a jurisdiction over ships and spacecrafts, aircrafts, we are building registration. And some of them saying that no, it's like a sui generis jurisdiction, we cannot define it. And some of them just directly calling it extraterritorial jurisdiction without going in more detailed discussions. But why is it important to determine the name or the type of the jurisdiction? It's because actual jurisdictional conflicts. Because when you look at the Lotus case and the other regulations about jurisdiction, they actually arise from jurisdictional conflicts, like a very basic nature of the state's exercises from the past. So in doctrine, I come across with opinions like, well, if cross-territorial jurisdiction contradicts with personal jurisdiction, for example, then we need to apply the cross-territorial jurisdiction. What does that actually mean? Is there a hierarchy between them? But it's actually more complex than it, because nobody knows anything about it. But in general, the cross-territorial jurisdiction or the jurisdiction arising from registration has a significant effect when we try to find the jurisdictional authority. And why is it important to find the jurisdictional authority? Because, like I said, this treaty, the draft agreement, says that jurisdictional authority, the state who owns the jurisdictional authority, has certain obligations. Okay, so then I will move on to the next part of my presentation, which is about the compromission between global ocean treaty and space law regulations, I divide into 4 parts. There are a lot of similarities and there are a lot of important regulations actually global ocean treaty brings, and actually put a light on very important discussions in space law. And but I only choose some of them and try to highlight the ones that I think important. The first one is that about the collection of the resources in high seas and how can we put it to space law. You know, one of the main discussions in space law is space mining and space resources. So can global ocean treaty be an example for that? I think yes, because global ocean treaty brings a very good regulations for that, and it says that states have to have an authority or have a right, the party states only by the way, have a right to collect many genetic resources and make activities, and it also recognizes the commercial activities either, but it says like they need to share their benefits from these activities fair in an equitable manner. That's what actually we were seeking for while we are discussing this space mining. We are saying that yes, ownership is not prohibited, but we need a regulation that says that these benefits must be shared in an equitable and fair manner, especially with the developing states. So the regulations, especially Article 8 and Article 11 of the draft agreements, is a very good example for that. And with the other thing is the jurisdiction authority, like I said. Well, the draft agreement is not dividing jurisdiction authority. Like I said, when we look at the long clause, we can say that the registry state has the jurisdictional authority. And this is actually quite similar with the space law, because Article 8 of the Outer Space Treaty says the same thing, and says the jurisdictional authority over a spacecraft and its person inside of it is actually belongs to the state who registered that spacecraft. And the other discussion I want to touch upon is the marine protected areas. And the other discussion that I faced a lot at the space law, meaning the safety zones. Well, safety zones is actually very complex areas that that usually built for the safety of the activities, because you know space services getting rise, and then there are a lot of satellites today at space. And to avoid any possible collision, we need actually separate areas for the satellites, and it's actually better for them, and it's also better for the environmental protection of the space law. So safety zones was actually discussing in the space law in 2 manners. The first place about the, of course, non-appropriation principle, and the other one is the free access principle. And these are kind of similar with the high seas. And Global Ocean Treaty says, draft agreement says you can build a marine protected area, which is quite similar with the safety zone concept. But it cannot be a kind of a sovereignty claim. So you have limited rights over that marine protected area, and if you want to restrict, you can restrict the navigation right of the other states, but there must be certain level for that. And it's kind of the same logic for space law as well. If we apply to this safety zone, marine protected area regulation for safety zone, it's actually the same. So if you not restrict the free access of the other states a lot, and then if you didn't, claim a sovereignty over that area, you can build a safety zone in space. And it's actually good for the, like I said, avoiding collisions, and for avoiding a possible space debris. And in the meantime, what kind of a possible example can be for safety zones? That possible example can be, you can build a kind of an area and says, within this area around my satellite, when you come across, you need to give information to me. So it's kind of a basic logic. So you're not actually, you are restricting their free access because they need to provide you information, but it's not something like a claim of sovereignty, and not restricting the other states' rights in a huge manner. Okay, and the last part that I want to compromise between the draft agreements and the space law regulation is the responsibility and the liability, which is I find quite interesting when examining the draft agreement because it says that the state who owns the jurisdictional authority have certain obligations, like providing periodic reports or avoiding any possible environmental harm. But the space law is also putting responsible for states to obey the international regulations. However, it's putting this obligation to not to registered state, not state who owns the jurisdictional authority. It gives this to appropriate state, which is mentioned in the Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty. And appropriate state, usually the state who the international space activity have its national state activity. So every state is responsible for certain national space activities. But it's not the same for draft agreement. It says that every state is responsible for their jurisdictional space, jurisdictional marine activities, let's say. So this is the main differences between space law regulations and the Global Ocean Treaty draft agreement. And one of the things about the liability is that, well, the environmental harm is not constituted damage under space law regulations, because damage is defined under Liability Convention Article 1 in space regulations and does not include the environmental harm. But the marine protected areas is actually trying to avoid the Global Ocean Treaty and draft regulations are actually trying to avoid the possible environmental harm in that area. And if a state gives an environmental harm, and it says that that states require that measures are proposed and implemented to prevent, mitigate, and manage those impacts, or take any other necessary action and or halt the activity as appropriate, and evaluate any measures implemented or actions taken under subparagraph A in a timely manner. So it gives further obligations actually for the state who somehow give an environmental harm in the marine areas, in the high seas or the area. So, it's like I said, we cannot say the same thing for space law today. Space law is not recognizing the environmental harm today. It's like a biggest mistake for space law regulations and biggest thing that we need to solve as early as can be. And this is a very perfect example because, like liability, yes, states can be held liable for their environmental harms, but how are they going to repair it? And this reparation type in the draft agreement is quite well and quite applicable for space either. So concluding remark, like I said, there are a lot of parallel lines between draft agreements and the space law regulations. In the meantime, there are a lot of common features between high seas and the space itself as well. And we can also build such a similar regime for space, and this Global Ocean Treaty draft agreement can be a good example for that. In the meantime, like I said, we need to take an action for space to recognize this environmental harm and try to avoid it. And if we want to make a specific regulation for environmental protection in space, we can include this resource collection in the same manner with the draft agreement. We can add protected areas or safety zones, and we can also add specific regulations for space debris as well. So we can put the states who cause to evaluation of a space debris, they need to take further obligations, further precautions to avoid it, or try to reduce it. Okay, thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Feriha Yavuz. So, dear guests, currently we have finished all of our presentations, but we still have time for the questions and the comments if you have. So, our presenters are waiting for your questions and comments. Yes, please. Do we have microphone, please?
Thank you. Onur Sabri, Peking University School of Transnational Law from China, Shenzhen. I do have several questions for both presenters here. For Sima Muradi Nasab, you refer to the one of the Chinese military experts' view in terms of the accords. But as far as I can recall, China has a white paper on the space activities dating back to the January 2022. And in that document, China is referring to the management of the outer space, including the moon. So taking in this regard, whether the Chinese policies are more substantial than simply referring to those military experts' view, this is the one thing. The second issue is that considering that white paper in terms of the China, with regard to the opinion juries, some scholars are discussing the term of the persistent objection. So whether that paper will be taken as a persistent objection in terms of the international law or not. These are my questions for you. And for Ferabe Zarius, also thank you for your presentation. One thing is that you refer to the safety zones. For the safety zones, for the similarities, is it possible to make a relationship between the safety zones for the offshore installations within the high seas, because based on by virtue of the provisions of the UNCLOS, the offshore installations has a 500 meters per meter safety zones in terms of the security and the safety. These are including for the military security issues, also navigational safety matters. So in that regard, whether there could be any reference for by virtue of the UNCLOS provisions. This is one thing, and the other issue is that you also refer to the polar regions in terms of the Antarctic. So taking into account the Antarctic Treaty, in particular with the Madrid Environmental Protocol, what would be the similarities or what would be the distinctions between the BBNG agreement? And moreover, the third question comes for the BBNG is that during the negotiations of the BBNG agreement, Republic of Turkey raised 27 objections. So, I mean, Turkey was the main state which raised the fundamental objections to the drafting, modeling of this convention. So, considering the Turkey's position, how would it affect Turkey's further activities in the high seas? Thank you so much.
So maybe, is there any more questions, or maybe we could just answer the questions, then we can ask whether there are any more, okay? So, please.
Okay, thank you for your question. About the first issue, I should say that, yes, if the China represents its opposition, it means that as one of the especially affected states in the area of space activities, we cannot overlook this opposition because it can be of crucial importance in the evaluation of the new general practice of states. And if China represents its acceptance, it means that these states also contribute to the emergence of the new general practice of states by the accords. And about your second question, I should say that, yes, under international law with reference to the ILC report in 2018 on the identification of international customary rule, all of the political statements can be regarded as the evidences of the state practice as well as the opinion juris of states. For example, I can refer to the nuclear test case which the ICJ held that the French statesmen can create hard obligations for France as one state. So all states and all political statements which are declared by states such as China can be regarded as evidences of opinion juris of states.
Thank you. Now we can jump to the second answer. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much for your questions at first place. Well, for the first question, I think, first of all, let me remind the question again. I forget it. Okay, for the safety zones, well, actually, I know that in the high seas, it's actually accepted to have safety zones for safety purposes. Actually, and you must not restrict the other states' navigation rights. However, for main protected areas, actually, you don't have to have a military activity in there, or you don't have to have a kind of a security issue for your country, but you have building that area for example, marine protect purposes. You have a more wide range of purposes to build that area. So for space, I think it's really important that you touch upon this, because safety zones are usually think as a precaution for military activities in space either. So people are thinking like, oh, military activities is not actually prohibited in space, so this peaceful purposes and it's strict, so why we need the safety zones? But we can, I was actually thinking that beside from the military activities, there are a lot of possibility of collisions. So we need to have this kind of zones to actually avoid the possible collisions rather than maybe taking precautions for military activities. And maybe we can call it another way, like safety zone, instead of, we can call it a space protected area. And for your second question, can you repeat it? I'm so sorry, I forgot about the second question. Mm-hmm. Okay, first of all, I'm not really familiar with the Madrid Protocol, Madrid protocols. I'm so sorry, I will not be able to answer the question. I will note it. I definitely check the protocol and look at this militarism. It was a huge contribution for me. Thank you very much. And for the other question, well, I think after all this developments, I think Turkey must be a little bit more active at the high seas, because for this agreement especially, if it is accepted that we can collect genetic resources or other activities, we can conduct other activities, then there are a lot of possibility to gain a lot of resources or a lot of benefits from that activities either, because it's a very huge area and it's a very different type of how to say, benefits in there, especially for the resources. Well, the Global Ocean Treaty is actually included, the draft agreement, it doesn't include the military activities or the fisheries, but still the forming genetic resource, collection of the genetic resources is also really good. Thank you very much. If I don't know whether I understood the answer to your question, but that was all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we also have another question there.
Okay, thank you for the presentations. My question would go to the Ms. Sima. You have mentioned that the parties to the Artemis Accords could qualify as especially affected states by referring the judgment of Court of Justice. I believe it was not fisheries case, right? It was continental shelf, sorry. So, but do you think that qualifying all these states who are able to, conduct space activities just because they are technologically and, for some other reasons, some other financial reasons, could be able to do this kind of activities, can be qualified as especially affected states? Because, they're not just these states, but some other, as you have mentioned at the last end of your presentation, as developing states. Don't you think that developing states are also especially affected states? Because I think this kind of this line of reasoning could end up, just saying that just because you have the technology as like first come and first serve, would we would end up saying this just because of this line of reasoning. Thank you.
Yes, you can answer the question.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, you're right. No doubt there are other states who can be regarded as especially affected states. As I mentioned, Russia and China and other developing states can be regarded as especially affected states. But in the area of space activities, we know that two criteria, I mean the financial arrangements and technological arrangements can be sufficient for finding that one state can be regarded as especially affected states or not. I mean that the involvement of these states in space activities since the beginning of the space age is of crucial importance. For example, we cannot overlook the space activities of the United States, Canada, Japan, Luxembourg, and then evaluate the practice of states in the implementation of the accords. And one thing which I can add is that you know that even by 2 states, a new rule of customary international law can be emerged. This is a package and collection of mainly 2 elements with other background, and we should evaluate this practice of states by both the features of this practice, meaning that the unification and the constant practice and the participation of the specially affected states, as well as this thing that whether there is any general recognition of a legal obligation or not. So although we cannot ignore the activities of developing states who are regarded as especially affected states, but the current practice by the implementation of the accords, which include some developing states such as Saudi Arabia and Romania, can contribute to creation a new general practice of states.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question or comment? So I think there is not. So thank you very much. I really want to thank to all of our presenters and our guests again for being here and presenting their respective subjects. Now we are finishing the first day of the symposium. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our session has come to the end. Now I would like to invite Assistant Professor Volkan Aslan, the Vice Dean of Faculty of Law, to the podium to present participation certificates to the researchers who presented their papers in this session.